Why, hello there. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Whatever time it is for you, thank you so much for joining me and welcome to tonight's stream. It's time for magical boys and girls. I'm excited to be playing another Otome game. It feels weird. It feels weird to not be playing Amnesia. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna start a new Otome. Excited. Da, 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 da. Okay, cut that. We'll move over here. Hello, 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 hello. It's me. Yeah. Yeah, well, 6 months of the same Otome. It was 6 months of the same Otome. Which, like, it wasn't bad, but I'm excited to be moving on. Oh god, I forgot how freaking...
僕はよくわからないし、好きに決めちゃっていいよ。
Freaking forgot how loud this is. Okay, I'm gonna turn the BGM down. That should be okay. Okay, we're gonna turn the sound effects down too. Because man, that is kind of hitting the owie sounds. Oh my god, I didn't even realize that there were that fucking many more people. What? Huh. Okay. Interesting. Well, we're gonna jump right in. I don't even know which guy I'm gonna be super into first. I kind of like a couple of them. But we'll see as we get to know them. So it's time to start.
始めるんですか。じゃあ、早く行きましょう。
はい。My name. Oh, no. My name is not Yuki. My name is Prince. Prince Takanashi, apparently. Use Prince Takanashi. Yeah, sure. Verified student of Oceanside Elite Academy. Our world is beautiful, but ugliness seethes beneath it too. In any case, it's an artificial world. Who does it belong to, really? Do right and wrong mean anything here? What the fuck is this start? Wow, okay, I wasn't expecting this. A little philosophical for, for literally our first into this game. Will there ever be a day when we know?
それが、わかる日が来たら。
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Cool. Cool. Oh, we're just leaving that there. Good. I should arrive with time to spare. I walked my usual route to school. Thankfully, the day so far has been incident-free, if not a bit boring. I looked up to the sky. I'm told it once held clouds that produced wind and storms, but now the sky that unfurls overhead is man-made. This place, my home, is called Theta. It's a colony, encapsulated by a dome, not unlike the Garden of Eden. Oh. Ages ago, the environment outside the dome became inhospitable. Even the animals withered away. If you don't want to die, your only option is to live under a fake sky. Oh! Do they have nuts or homes? Good question. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. Hello, Blur. Oh, sir, I'm this game's fuck. What the hell? Still, it's not so bad. The temperature and humidity are controlled, so the weather's always nice. As a premier colony, Theta has it all. We're lucky to live here. Plain and simple. We have the best of what's left in the world. It doesn't feel as awesome as it sounds. Maybe that's because it's all I've ever known. Rest of the world aside, I'm just a student. I'm just a student. I get decent grades and I'm okay at sports. There's nothing special about me except I have no mother or father. We're an orphan? Wow, this game really just throwing us to the world sucks and your life sucks. That's about it. I reflexively put my hand in my pocket to check that my pendant was still there. It was given to me as a memento of my parents. Oh. Yeah, I haven't seen Blade Runner, but this, yeah. Whew. I'm used to their absence. It's all I know. There's nothing really special about it. Honestly, it's funny to even think of it like that. What is it with jumping back into protagonists that have emotional damage? In other words, there's nothing unusual about me at all. I'm pretty ordinary. I was just rounding a corner, feeling a bit sorry for myself when...
もう置いてくなんてひどいよ。
What? Lise, you almost gave me a heart attack. I wiggled free of the surprise back tackle. My attacker stood in front of me, laughing hard enough to split her sides.
ごめんごめん。でもどうして置いてくの？
I knocked. You didn't answer, so I figured you'd gone on ahead. Lise and I live in the same dorm in the same residential zone. It's right next to the academy. Oh, blessings. We normally walk in together, but when I went to Lise's room earlier, I thought she'd already left without me. Yeah, you know, I bet Lise didn't start her dating like that.
違うよ。ちゃんとメールしたし、届かなかった？
I fumbled for my phone. Sure enough, there was a text from Lise. Sorry, I didn't notice. Borrowing the dorm kitchen. At it again?
あったり。今日は朝からマフィンを作ったんだよ。ランチの時に一緒に食べようね。
Okay. Lise was a big fan of baking and often whipped up delicious treats. Wow, thanks! Thinking back, I did smell something good. Aw, man, now I'm hungry.
朝ごはん食べなかったの？
I did, but the smell of those muffins is making my stomach growl all over again.
それなら授業が始まる前にちょこっとつまみ食いしちゃう？
Woohoo! Love you, Lise!
私も大好きだよ。
We continued to laugh and joke as we walked up to a familiar set of imposing gates.
つまみ食いするなら急がないとね。
Oh, wonderful. You're right. No time to waste. Humph, 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 humph. We arrived at the academy gates just as the morning student rush hit its peak. Hundreds of kids scurried to their homerooms. Yeah, that was a really jarring tone shift.
うわ、あっちにたくさん女の子がいるよ。あ、生徒会長がいるからか。
Wait.
間宮会長、高藤くん、おはようございます。
Oh.
おはようございます。ほら、時雄も。眠い。
Oh, cute.
相変わらずモテてるね。一緒に囲まれてるのはなんだっけ？秀才って噂の。
Oh. I think his name's Tokyo Takato. Guess he's friends with Ayumu, the student council president. I tried to recall anything I knew about the two as I answered Lise's question. As Lise said, Tokyo was a known genius. Supposedly, he had unrestricted access to the research area despite only being a student. Yeah, I guess it's like a nickname. Oh yeah, Ayumu had looks, grades, and athleticism. Lise's nickname for him, Chick Magnet, wasn't inaccurate. They were both second-year students, and I'd only ever seen them from afar. We didn't hang out, and that wasn't likely to change. Suddenly, the girls began to squeal.
おはよう。今日もみんな可愛いね。
But there's the womanizer, Felina.
西原先輩が来たみたいだよ。ほらあそこ。あの先輩も会長と同じかそれ以上にモテるよね。
I think I've heard that name somewhere. He's quite good-looking, isn't he? Almost on par with Tokyo and Ayumu.
うんうん。でも
ね
かっこいいっていうより面白いっていうかチャラいかも。
Cool Rizzler. That doesn't exactly come across as a ringing endorsement. My mind wandered as I listened to Lise's morning report. I wondered if I was even visible to guys on that level. Who knows? Suddenly, I bumped into someone who'd walked in front of me as I weaved through the crowd. Sorry.
いえ、俺もすみません。
Huh? Wait, that guy.
どうしたの？
Oh, I just ran into some guy.
人がいっぱいいるから気をつけなきゃダメだよ。ぶつかったのはあっちに行った子？あれは確か荒木美早くんかな。
Oh, Mihaya. Jesus, like you know everyone, Lise.
1個下だけど可愛い顔してるから覚えてたんだよ。図書室でよく見かけるし。
Uh-huh. Oh, that's where I know him from. I was sure I'd seen him somewhere before.
うん、あんまり誰かと話してるとこは見たことないけどね。いつも一人で静かに本を読んでた気がする。そんなことより急がなきゃ。つまみ食いする時間なくなっちゃうよ。
We're almost out of muffin stuff in time. I checked the time and saw there was only 15 minutes until our classes started. Muffin stuff in time is adorable. No kidding, we better hustle. Not like we can run around in front of the student council president, can we? I spoke to Lise with an exaggerated whisper. She grinned and nodded in agreement. We proceeded to dodge through the noisy throng of students and make our way towards our homeroom. Oh. So we've now met 4 of the 8. Datables, I assume.
やっと終わったね。早く帰ろう。
Lise called out to me as I stood up from my desk. We'd made plans to go shopping together today. A new shop opened in town, right? I wonder if it'll be packed.
きっと混むよ。だから早く行くの。
Lise, hold on. There's no need to pull. I fell into step beside Lise, but she grabbed my sleeve impatiently. She tugged me along as she led the way. We left the school zone and entered the business zone, Theta's heart of retail. Students indulged in after-school fun while other consumers tried to get the last of their shopping done before the day's end. Once our main objective was complete, we strolled around and chatted.
やっぱりちょっと混んでたね。
Yeah, but thanks to your hustle, we hardly had to line up long at all. Those drinks were super yummy.
お菓子なら作れるんだけど、ああいうのは自分じゃ作れないし。来てよかったよ。
Your muffins were delicious too, Lise. You're great at cooking, especially your epic desserts.
褒めてくれて嬉しいよ。また何か作るから食べて。ってそうだ、キッチン用品のお店に寄ってもいい？
Planning a new recipe?
うん、こないだ動画見て作ってみたいと思ったのがあったんだ。でも持ってない焼き型を使ってたんだよね。
Let's go take a look then. The store was over that way, right? I became caught up in our conversation, forgot to watch my surroundings. When I went to turn, I ran straight into another person. Sorry! I'm bumping into everyone today. I'd better be more careful. I ducked my head in embarrassment. When I looked up, a pair of cold eyes stared back at me. Why is he glaring? Yikes, is he really mad? I better give a more sincere apology. The stranger was tall and wearing a hood, making it hard to get a read on him. Excuse me? I raised my voice in hopes of apologizing again, but the guy turned his back to me.
愛想なくてごめんね。ぶつかったことなら気にしなくていいよ。
Who's this? Aw, the voice came from another direction. I turned to see a shorter, more slender guy. I couldn't see his face very well due to the similar hood he wore pulled over his eyes, but I could tell he was male by voice. Okay. What's going on with the hood thing? Is this a new fashion trend or something?
僕たちもう行くね。バイバイ。
Bye bye! Oh, wait! The guy quickly ran off, leaving me standing in a daze.
大丈夫？
Yeah, I'm totally fine, but I think that guy was mad at me.
確かに機嫌は悪そうだったけど、かっこよさげな人だったね。
What? He did?
うん。それに後から声かけてきた方の子は可愛い感じだったし、タイプの違うイケメン2人って感じだったよ。
Sure. I mulled over Lise's words as I scanned for the 2 guys, but they'd been swallowed by the crowd. I couldn't see them anywhere. I'm curious about what they look like, but I really wish I could have apologized. Yeah, we do love a boy crazy best friend.
ねえ、前から思ってたんだけど、君ってイケメンとかに興味ないよね。
興味ある! I am interested. I'm very interested. You weren't there for my 3-hour-long hot boy session. Showing off session. It's not that I'm not interested. They just don't impact my life much. Taken off guard by Elise's question, I replied the best I could, but she sighed in return.
それが興味ないって言うんだよ。マミや会長とか西原先輩に対してもキャーってならないし。
Wait, I just realized something weird. They're using the first names? They're using first names in the translation. Well, I did do a long stream where I talked about all my husbands. Well, all the husbands I could remember. But yeah, I was like, wait, those names aren't matching up. But yeah, wow, that is pretty localized. Yeah, kya, squee. Squee? Nevertheless, it's true. I can't imagine myself amongst the fangirls. When I think back to the chaos from this morning, I can't picture myself there. Ise scanned my face as I thought, then smiled and patted me on the shoulder. Yeah.
ごめんね。悩ませるつもりじゃなかったんだよ。君のそういうところが私は好きだし。
Yeah, it's not, like, bad. It's just different. It's just really different. What do you mean?
イケメンに興味がないのもそうだけど、簡単に恋愛モードにはならないところかな。
恋愛モード。
そろそろ帰らないとやばいかも。
Okay, we gotta get moving. Huh? Oh, right, curfew! Theta has a curfew in place that dictates when we can be out. When the curfew hits, the gates between the different zones are all shuttered and we can no longer move freely. Students usually try to return to their dorms well before that. I wasted all that time by bumping into that guy. I'm sorry we didn't get to go to the store. The dorm closes way too early.
ほんと。でもしょうがないね。
Yeah, I think
化け
so.
物には会いたくないでしょ。
I think this is a dystopian magical girl. Well, come on. The attacks were just rumors. Anyway, we'll be alright. A superhero would zoot in and save us. Monsters roam the town after curfew. And this is just common knowledge that our Garden of Eden, in the last Bastion, we might be playing a Madoka game. In which case, my joke title of this stream is a little too on the nose. Become Meguka. Wow. I was joking! I was joking! Monsters roam the town after curfew, and superheroes show up seemingly out of nowhere to beat them up. At least that's the story everyone in Theta passes around. Kind of like an urban legend. We hurry along the street to our dorm, giggling about the legend's silliness. I mean, I knew it was kind of like post-apocalyptic, but I didn't think it was like dark. Is there an email today? Ah, yes! Yeah, being Meguka is suffering. That's me checking my email, like refreshing my email obsessively to see if I've gotten an email from Skeb that another art piece is done. Back in my dorm, I check my email as usual. I smile when I see I have a new message. The sender is my Uncle Yashima. He's the only family I have left, so he acts as my guardian. We're close, but I still haven't met him. Oh, okay. We only communicate via email. Still, he's special to me and I can confide in him. Even though we've never met, I can just tell Uncle Yashima is a good person. It was Uncle Yashima who gave me my pendant as a memento of my parents. I excitedly opened up the email and began reading Uncle Yashima's message. As always, his words were warm and caring. I hope you're eating balanced meals and not filling up on muffins. Yikes. I don't know how, but he's got my number. I don't think he actually is. I don't think he's actually a good guy. I'm eating well. That should satisfy him. Also, my friend and I tried a new drink. I don't need to share every thought, right? I recalled the day's events as I typed my message to Uncle Yashima, my response to Uncle Yashima's email. As I did, I was revisited by a thought I had earlier. My life really is boring, isn't it? Same routine, day after day, nothing exceptional ever happens. I'm not looking for trouble or anything, but what about my future? Just sliding into a routine adult life seems so boring. Huh? My hands idly drift to my pocket as my thoughts wandered, but the usual reassuring weight wasn't there. My pendant! It's gone! I must have dropped it somewhere, but where? I'm sure he still had it at school. Thinking back, I realized I must have dropped it in the business zone. I can't be certain, but it's most likely I dropped it when... Oh, well, we got bumped into. Yes. Oh god, please don't give me the fucking Biru Shauna flashbacks of stuff that happened less than 10 minutes ago. I glanced at the time. There's 1 more hour until curfew goes into effect. The dorm gates are probably already locked, but Lisa once told me about a secret exit. I'm always hearing about students who use the secret exit to break curfew. If they're doing it, maybe I can too. Besides, it's not even curfew yet. You'll be okay. At least that's what I told myself as I hurried outside. Oh, thank goodness I found it! The pendant was exactly where I thought it'd be. I headed back to the dorm. The streets were deathly quiet. It was a grim reminder that I really wasn't supposed to be out at this hour. Still, it was refreshing to break the rules. Doing so shook up my routine life, if only a little bit. Then my newfound self-satisfaction was zapped in an instant.
まもなく外出禁止時間です。エリアゲートが施錠されますので、移動する方はお急ぎください。
What? No way! I was so shocked I cried out loud. Curfew would start any minute. I had far less time than I realized. I should probably make a run for it. The oppressive quiet of the street was broken by the rattle of shop shutters closing and my pounding footsteps. This doesn't look good. Just a little further. What was that? Sounds like some kind of roaring beast.
ほんと。
Oh my god, please. No, it couldn't be. What's that? I heard a growl behind me. I turned around and saw a shadowy beast-like creature looming over me. Before I could run, I felt something collide with my right arm. What the fuck? Yeah, the beast leapt and pinned me beneath it before I could even process what was happening. Savage eyes and sharp claws filled my vision. As I realized I was looking at the claws that had struck me, the beast drew them back again. No! Ah! It hurts! Someone! Anyone! Oh, why did I ever go out? But just as regret washed over me.
やった。
メクカ
ひるんだだけですわ。すぐにあの子を助けませんと。了解。
People here to save me? My mind was cloudy, my arm throbbed, but I managed to crane my neck and get a look at my rescuers. Girls? 4 of them? But it's past curfew! Oh, wait, I get it. These must be the superheroes. That was my only thought as I drifted out of consciousness. Oh god, fuck! No. Well, here's the opening again. Well, actually, watch it. Gun! Gun! His transformation item is gun!
影よなぜに迫る後には君の手を握り進めて希望の先までいつの日か葬られたパンドラに今めくり上がった意味を探してるそっと人知らず真実がSee! I knew he was gonna be bad. Do I know if this game is dark? No. I have no idea. But if you saw that that nice little, oh, you have an email, and then villain face? I think I called it correctly. Our uncle is not actually a good guy. Oh, it's so bright. Where am I? What happened to me?
気がついたかな？ああ、ダメダメ。急に起き上がったら危ないよ。君、怪我してるんだし。起きてもいいけど、ゆっくりそこに座ってね。
Hello?
多分頭も打ったんじゃないかな。よし、はいここ見て。この指何本に見えるかな？
Oh, what? It's so fuzzy, but I tried to put a name to the face. We've never spoken and believed he was one of the teachers at the academy. Yeah. Cyber criminal type? Yeah. Yeah, uh-oh. Prince is hard-eyed. I seem to recall his subject was chemistry and his name was Mr. Kuramori, right?
あ、僕の名前を思い出せたなら意識ははっきりしてそうだね。
Why can't I
よかったよかった。
why can't I romance him? But also the thug dude that we bumped into, the guy who didn't say anything, his transformation item is gun. Yeah, so where are we? I was attacked by a weird creature and then I had the feeling Mr. Kuramori would run the conversation if I'd let him, so I started unloading questions on him.
どうどう落ち着いて。その前に君に言わなきゃいけないことがあります。
Okay, what is it?
実はね。おめでとう。君も今日から仲間だよ。
よかったやったあれ
Huh? Well, Mr. Kuramori certainly had the floor now, and the discussion was going places. I fell quiet, not sure how to react. Then,
何がおめでとうなのよ。
本当にその子も仲間にするの？
やめといた方がええんちゃう？でも、もう後戻りはできないんじゃないかしら。
I recognize those four girls! Are you the ones that saved me? You came running to my aid after that monster attacked me, right?
今は私たちのことより自分のことを考えた方がいいんじゃない？その格好を見て何とも思わないの？
Huh? Yeah, you're gonna be Meguka too, yeah. The girl with the high ponytail. No, I think these are separate female VAs. The girl with the high ponytail stared at my clothes as she made a remark. She seemed like quite the firecracker. Why do I look like a fucking clown? Oh no! Bibbidi bobbidi boo, I'll make a fucking balloon animal out of you! Wait, these aren't my clothes. I had my uniform on. When did this happen? Also, these clothes are unusual. I think that's putting it lightly, honey. Are they? And they resemble what the other girls are wearing. Are we matching or something?
そうそう、それいい線いってるよ。
Sorry, what do you mean exactly? Miss... Yeah, exactly. Just gotta make the red into pink. Mr. Kuramori explained. Apparently, I was attacked by a monster called a Vector, the very same creature from the stories. Which means that the superheroes of Theta must also be... I put the question to Mr. Kuramori. Are these girls superheroes? The ones from the urban legend?
うん、そうだよ。ほら、君たち挨拶して。例のやつ。
は？
勘弁してよ。私も遠慮したいですわ。やるわけないやろ。
I had no idea what routine Mr. Kuramori was referring to, but none of them seemed very hot on the idea of doing it. Please don't go to the trouble just for me.
いや、そんなわけにはいかないよ。自己紹介はインパクトが重要。できないって言うなら
I love this
仕
man.
方ない。あれを。
I love this man.
ああ、もう分かったわよ。やればいいんでしょ。やれば。ほらみんな集まって。
Uh-huh. The first girl grumbled darkly as the others reluctantly moved in closer together. And then...
夜の闇に咲く希望の花。
Could you say that like you hate it a little more?
悪をくじいて弱きを守る。コロニーの平和はうちらにお任せ。
そう。私たちは
ブルームズ。
Amazing. The girls struck super cute poses, but the effect was sullied by their grim expressions. This is abuse! By the grim expressions plastered on their faces. Even so, my heart pounded. I was actually meeting the fabled superheroes of Theta. They're not just a legend. It's an honor. I mean, it's an honor to be saved by such adorable heroes.
何この子天然今の見てなんですぐ受け入れてん普通に引くとこちゃうん二人とも静かに彼女に聞こえてしまいますわ
はいそこおしゃべりしないで他人事じゃないよ言ったでしょ君も仲間だって
process what he was talking about, I looked down at my outfit again. It really did look like what the 4 girls were wearing. But it can't be.
君、適性ありまくりだったんだよね。いや、新しい仲間が見つかってよかった。
Remember? Are you saying that you want me to become a superhero too? Prince becomes Meguka? My voice trembled.
それ以外にないでしょ。今日から君もブルームズの一員だよ。
Amazing. My wild guess turned out to be right.
害獣に襲われた君をこの子たちが連れてきてくれてね。一目見て、あ、この子ビンゴかもって思ったんだ。
I mean, you're not wrong. This does kind of seem like Kuramori is having a interesting hobby.
で、試しにチャームをつけてみたらこの通り、バッチリ変身したってわけ。
Mr. Kuramori continued to talk, but nothing was sinking in.
ちなみに、君に拒否権はないからね。
My silence seemed to give him pause. He leaned in close, scrutinizing my face. Okay, I can't do this. I'm hardly a star athlete. I'd be dinner for those monsters.
それなら大丈夫。君も超能力に目覚めてるはずだから。
超能力? Superpowers? You mean like telekinesis and stuff?
それ。って一度にいろんなことが起こって混乱してるか。
I'm glad you finally realized that.
君は怪我もしてるし、今日のところは一旦解散しよう。
自分の話したいことだけ話して放置だなんて、ずいぶん無責任なんじゃない？
My enduring state of confusion was apparently obvious enough to earn me a break.
そうは言っても今日はもう遅いし、大丈夫。ちゃんと説明する日は設けるよ。
Okay.
全然信用できないですわ。あなたはそれでいいんですの？
I was happy they wanted to help, but exhaustion was eating away at me. My mind and body felt like a pile of bricks. I still have a lot of questions, but I think I've had all I can handle today.
やっぱりね。怪我は手当てしてあるけど、もう休まないと。飲み薬と塗り薬を渡しておくよ。
Mm-hmm. Mr. Kuromori nodded at me and held out some medication.
それから、変身を解くときはこのアイテムを使って。普段は絶対に変身しちゃダメだよ。
Keep the blooms secret then? I figured as much despite my aching head.
そういうこと。もし秘密がバレたら、シータにはいられなくなる。
Oh! He spoke with an easygoing tone, with the same easygoing tone as always, so I wasn't sure if he was joking. But something about his smile had a hint of gravity, so I nodded solemnly. At it, I won't breathe a single word. Not like I could, anyway. I was attacked by monsters from a legend, then rescued by a group of girls, supposed superheroes from the same urban legend. I still had to come to grips with everything. Who'd even believe me if I told them? Zenilum! Hello! There's gonna be quite a few girls in this game, quite often. I hope you enjoyed the girls. Amazing.
なんだって。ねえねえ、聞いてる？
What? Yeah, of course. Sorry, Lisa, what was that again?
もう、今日はずっとぼんやりしてるよね。
What?
ランチ、食べる手も止まってるよ。何か心配事でもあるの？
You've been away with the fairies all day? Okie dokies. Sorry, it's nothing. Nothing's changed since yesterday when I was initiated into a group of superheroes. It's a surreal normality, though. But I still have my injuries. That's proof enough that I wasn't daydreaming. Or dreaming. I wish I could confide in Lisa and get her advice, but I promised not to say a word. I've never hidden anything from Lisa before. It feels lonely.
あ、妖精さんがいるよ。
What? Huh? What? I looked over to where Lise was pointing. There was a guy there sitting by himself. He's part of the Academy's maintenance staff. The students all refer to him as a fairy. The That seems a little homophobic. What? The reason, well...
見て見て、正面から顔を見られるなんてラッキーだね。
A lucky day setting away. He tends to slip away when spotted. You might see it from the corner of your eye, or you might catch a glimpse of his returning back. It's very rare to see his face in full, so the students call him a fairy, like the one from fairy tales. Sure. It said a clear sighting brings good luck. Yeah, no, it's a fair translation of Yosei, but it's just really fucking funny to see they call him a fairy.
ねえ、声かけてみよっか。
What? Lise, hold on. Lise dashed over before I could stop her. Frustrated, I trotted behind.
こんにちは。
どうも。
They even call him fairy. You cannot fucking make this shit up.
声まで聞けるなんて、ますますラッキーだね。
Yeah. Oh, yeah, extremely. Yeah.
じゃあ。
残念、言っちゃったね。ねえ、でもちょっと明るい気持ちになったかな。
Hearing a man speak is enough to cheer me up. I mean, yeah, some men, but... Oh, Lise was trying to cheer me up since she could tell my mind was elsewhere. The sweet gesture made me feel even worse about keeping secrets from her. How was that supposed to cheer me up? Thanks for worrying about me, Lise, but I promise I'm okay. I couldn't talk, but I could still smile. I gave Lise my best grin, and she smiled right back. Oh, by the way, don't you have home ec club today?
うん。だからちょっと心配だったけど、大丈夫そうでよかった。君は放課後どうするの？
I don't fuck no. I'm gonna be with some other men. Yeah. I finished today's classes before lunch, so I can head home. Not much to do, though. In that case. I want to do some research. I'll hang around here for a bit before going home.
そっか。じゃあまた夜に寮で会おうね。
Yeah, yeah. Looking at hot guys, talking about hot guys, and muffin stuffing. I love it. Sure. I'm gonna get everything straight about what happened last night, if only to avoid worrying Lise. I still don't really know the girls. On my way home last night, I was surprised to discover the room where I met the Blooms was connected to the academy by a corridor. I didn't get the impression that it was for Mr. Kuramori to use. Maybe those girls are students here too? I guess I could track them down, but I don't even know what year they're in. Where should I go? Oh wow, we've got a lot of options. Okay, wow. Time to drop her... Oh, flowchart. Oh, flowchart. Oh. Wait, I'm sorry. Choice, yes. Bad end, yes? That's amazing. Amazing. Okay, where the fuck are we gonna go? The chem lab prep room? The courtyard, the library, the student council room, the rooftop, the hallway, the street near the school, or go to town. Where would Prince go? Prince is kind of interested in the student council man, so Prince is gonna go to the student council room.
Hi. どうぞ.
What? What was that? What was that?
Sorry to interrupt.
Maybe going to the student council room to ask for info wasn't the wisest idea. Then why did you give me the option?
何か生徒会に要望でもあるの?
I'm looking for someone. I thought I might find a lead here.
人探し。そういう依頼は生徒会では受けていないんだけどな。
Why the... Sir, who let you be that close to the microphone? Also, I am kind of used to Amnesia's mouth flap sprites, so having a no flap is kind of a bit of a... Whoop.
guess not. I really didn't think this through, did I? And why did it give me the option?
ごめんね。時間があれば手伝ってあげてもよかったんだけれど、これから妹と会うんだ。
Okay. I have to decrease his voice actor because he sounds like he sounds like he's eating the microphone. Sweetheart, why did they let you get this close to the fucking microphone?
Hello, Bling. Ah, I see. Sorry to drop in when you're so busy. I'll just be going. Yeah, you got your toe beans.
また困ったことがあれば相談して。次は力になれるかもしれないから。
Yeah, why did they let this man get that close to the microphone? He's talking to me like this.
Okay, thank you very much. I had him pegged as standoffish, but he's actually really nice.
Sometimes people will need a microphone, yeah.
In the end, I didn't find any of them. Maybe they don't go to my school after all.
関海高等学園2年 A クラスの高梨さん。
Oh,
倉森先生から呼び出しです。
oh. That announcement was for me? And it's from Mr. Kudamori. He said he'd explain things, so maybe. Alright, I'll head over right now.
Why did we like say that out loud? Okay, whatever.
Mr. Kudamori, I'm here.
やあやあ、よく来たね。急に呼び出してごめんね。怪我の具合はどう？
Oh, good now. That medicine worked really well. Remember how you promised you'd explain everything? Is that why I'm here?
説明するよりも実践に出てもらった方が早いことに気がついたんだ。
What?
というわけで今から任務だよ。
What? What? Duty? I'm gonna fight a monster? I mean a vector?
もちろん。君はもうブルームズの一員なんだからね。
I'll take any medicine this man gives me, but I'm not in the least bit ready.
君の心の準備なんて害獣たちは待ってくれないよ。ってこと。
He herded me into a corner of the room while we descended the hidden staircase. It was the same corridor I'd used to return to my dorm. But now I was heading away from the academy and back to the room from before. Phantom! Hello, hello! I could be wrong, but does this corridor lead out of the school district? My guess was based on the length and angle of the corridor, but I wanted confirmation.
お、よくわかったね。君の言う通り。この通路は学園エリアの外、研究エリアに通じてるんだ。
Oh,
ブルームズは研究エリア直下の組織だからね。昨日いたのはその司令室だよ。
So you're a researcher too, sir?
Uh-huh.
研究者というか、まあ研究エリアの人間ではあるよ。
No?
そうそう、ブルームズの任務についてる間は僕のことを司令と呼ぶように。
Uh-huh. Okay, Commander. Last night he told me I couldn't get out of all this, but things were moving way too fast, and he wasn't stopping for breath.
あと移動してる間に変身しておいてね。
This is
着いたらすぐに任務に向かってもらわないと。
Mr.
チャームは
Kudamori.
ちゃんと身につけてる？
He is, He is the chemistry teacher, but he also is the leader of our magical girl group. Yes, I'm wearing it. How do I transform? Oh. Oh, that's it. Was that alright?
うん、バッチリだよ。そのアイテム自体超能力が使えないと反応しないものなんだ。だから万が一変身できなくなったなんてことがあれば
This is gonna
すぐに
bother
教えてね。
超力。超力。超力。Oh fuck! Well, it would probably help if I was actually in Japanese keyboard. 超力. Oh, literally superpowers. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Okay, if you ever find you can't transform, talk to me. Yes, sir. Wow,
そ
that's
れじ
a
ゃ少し急ごうか。
plot point.
向こうでみんなが待ってる。
Everyone's waiting for me.
お待たせってあれ 香りだけ？
Yeah.
遅いからみんなには先に行ってもらった。
Oh, Kaori.
本当にこの子も連れて行くんだね。
Her name is Kaori. The girl turned her glare to me, causing me to gulp. She seemed more irritated with Mr. Kuromori than with me, though.
どんな能力があるのかもわからないんでしょ。大丈夫なの？
だから実戦で見てみようと思ってるんだって。戦ってみないことには始まらないよ。
Sir, I like that.
おもりをするこっちの身にもなってよ。
Yeah.
他のみんなだって
よく
危険な目に遭うかもしれないし。
That's okay, because I knew Ryoku was power, but I was like, I don't remember what Chol is. And then I was like, Chol. Oh, Chol. This was babysit her.
それを助け合うのが仲間ってものだよ。さあさあさあ、二人とも早く向かって。これは司令からの命令だよ。
都合のいい時だけ偉そうにするんだから。ほんとムカつく。
Oh, she's not.
ねえ、名前。
I jumped to being addressed directly. I'm Prince Takanashi. I'll do my best to not to drag you all down. I'm glad to be working with you.
真面目か。まあいいや。私は香り。呼び捨てでいいし、タメ口でいいから。
Roger. I mean, sure.
それから別に頑張らなくていいよ。今日のところは能力を見つけるのがあんたの役割だから。
Oh, that means.
私のそばから離れないでね。じゃないと守れないし。
I mean, gotcha. It's great to be working with you, Kaori. Kaori blinked in surprise. Well, in this game, it's Takanashi. Kaori blinked in surprise at my response. I wondered if I was being too casual until I heard her chuckle.
あんたって素直だね。それじゃ行こう。
Okay. I followed Kaori to an area close to the outer wall of the business district.
あっちだね。急ごう。
I started off in the direction Kaori was pointing toward a skirmish involving the girls I met last night and some vectors. 3 vectors in total. They're really frightening up close. How am I supposed to defeat them? I was getting close to panicking, but then Kaori said something that grounded me.
これなら私が出ていくまでもないかな。みんなの紹介がてら戦い方を教えるよ。
Okay, battle procedure. You're sure they don't need your help?
大丈夫。ほら見て。今あっちで怪獣の後ろに回り込もうとしてるのがセナだよ。
Okay.
行きますわよ。
Wow, look how high she jumped. Is that a superpower?
うん。超能力。サイコキネシスの一種。セナが持ってる特別な能力はライフロットだよ。見てて。隣にいるモカに指示を出すから。
Mocha.
モカ、次は右から攻撃が来ますわ。了解。任しとき。はっ。からの。でや。
Mocha blocked the Vector's attack, sending it reeling. She then marched over to it and followed up with a roundhouse kick. The Vector went sailing again. This time it didn't get back up when it hit the ground. Amazing! She just downed it with one kick! Is that another example of psychokinesis?
そうだよ。セナが予知したイメージをああやって指示してくれるから、今のモカみたいに素早く防御と攻撃ができるんだ。やろうと思えばイメージを他者の脳内に送ることもできるらしいんだけど。
Okay. So she can share her premonitions? That's amazing. It sounds handy for fights.
うん。でも普段の戦いではそこまでやらないかな。指示してくれるだけでもみんな動けるしね。で、モカの特別な能力はギフトアビリティ。触れた相手の能力を奪うの。
No, they're not gonna die. These are all main characters.
今はやらなかったけど、害獣からギフトアビリティして通常の攻撃の倍くらいの力を出すこともあるよ。
But that attack seemed powerful by itself.
もっと強い害獣もいるからね。あっちのハルカが相手してる2体はちょっと手強そうかな。
Aren't you gonna go help her then?
大丈夫だよ。ハルカ、陣営で2体まとめて倒しちゃって。
True. Flame dust.
了解。燃えなさい。
Well then. Wow, that's her special ability?
そう、陣営。 殺傷能力が高すぎるから乱用はしないようにしてるんだけどね。
How do I feel like that's gonna be a plot point on student council president's route? Is he's gonna lose power, lose control of his powers and hurt us or somebody else? No, I don't want to quick save.
香り、後ろに一匹いる。
こっち来て。
An enemy had somehow snuck up on us, prompting Kaladi to grab me by the arm and wheel me behind her for protection. As the Vector's huge claws swung for us, I clutched Kaladi's hand and screamed, "Kaladi!"
任せて。
Kaladi closed her eyes and held up her arm. It didn't look like an attack, but for some reason the Vector paused mid-swing. What's happening?
私の能力、マインドオペレートを使ったの。
Mind operator?
私を敵じゃないって認識させた。
Mind
だけど、
operator!
今日はいつもより効きが良すぎる気がする。
Indeed, the Vector no longer seemed interested in fighting. Its eyes rolled back in its head and it stretched lazily.
もしかして、あんた何かした？
Do something? Like what? I don't think I did anything. All I really did, come to think of it, was grab Kaladi's hand and squeeze hard. But just then an insistent beeping rang out.
司令からの連絡だ。出るからちょっと待ってて。
The other girls gathered around as Kaladi spoke on the comm.
司令、なんだって？
戻ってこいって。この子の能力が分かったって言ってる。
Oh.
本当かしら。私も香りとこの子を見ていましたけど、正直、
Probably power
私も分
boost.
からなかった。けど戻ってこいって言ってるんだから
I'm
話を
probably a
聞いて
power
みよう。
boost. I'm probably like a giant fucking battery. And that's why the evil guys are gonna want me. Because I can boost their powers too.
今の子見た？
ああ、新顔だな。
運命から逃れたはずの子がまた戻ってきた。
Uh-huh.
で、本当に分かったの？
嘘なんてつかないよ。まあ、言葉で伝えるよりも、そうだな。香り、サイコキネシスでそこのコップを浮かせてみて。
Uh-huh. Kaladi looked at the cup Mr. Kuromori was pointing at, then closed her eyes and murmured.
浮かせるって頭の上くらい？これでいい？
で、君は香りの手を握って、香り、頑張れみたいな感じで念じてくれない？
I don't want to say anything this man wants me to say, but okay. Like this? I had no idea what he was asking me to do, but I took Kaladi's hand as instructed and began chanting myself silently. Then, the cup started zipping around at mock speed, emitting a sharp humming noise as it flew.
ちょっと。
香り、危ないやん。私はここまでやってない。
Uh-huh.
ぶつかりますわ。
つまり、これがこの子の力？
Hi.
そう。要するに、
Yep, augmentation.
誰かの超能力をブーストするっていうのがこの子の能力なんだろうね。
Uh-huh.
確かに、マインドオペレートもやけに効いたと思っ
Please
た。
stop calling it mind
つまり
operator.
この子と組んで戦えば能力以上のパワーが出せるかもしれないってこと？
Uh-huh.
そうなるね。これは強力な新人さんが入ってきてくれたな。いや、僕の目に狂いはなかった。
結果的にそうやけど、なんやろ、イラッとする言い方やな。
Understandable, madam.
本当ですわね。
でも、使い方には気をつけよう。諸刃の剣にもなりかねない。
Hello, hello. This game is fucking wild already. We immediately started up with a philosophical question. And now we're dealing with magical girls. This is post-apocalyptic magical girls.
陣営みたいに強力な能力と組み合わせるのは危険かもしれないから。
Yeah.
けど面白い使い方もできそうや。なあ、ちょっとうちにも念じてくれへん？
Oh, they're actually boys. They're boys that transform into magical girls.
Okay, like this? よっしゃいくでー。
Yeah, our fucking character started off with like, is there any good in the world? What does it mean to be good? Does right or wrong even exist? Fucking hell, madam. Mocha excitedly grabbed my hand and leapt into the air, yanking me right up along with her. Eek, hold on! What's even happening? I'm cartwheeling in the air! There is a magical Ore, which is a magical girl, but she turns into a big buff man. And it's great, and I love it. And I very much do recommend watching it. My mind spun in circles alongside my body. Before I knew it, we were on firm ground again, my hand still held tightly in Mocha's.
ごめんごめん。でもあんなに高く跳躍した後でバク宙2回転ってのはなかなかすごいで。
Oh wow, sounds like she made me pull off some serious acrobatics just then.
ちょっとモカ、部
Yeah.
屋の中で駆け回るなんて非常識ですわよ。
It's really, really
怪
good.
我でもしたらどうするんですの？
I should watch it again, but honestly, fucking hilarious. Yeah, because the girls turn into magical boys, and the boys, I think there's one thing where they turn into magical girls. Like one episode, and it's an offshoot thing. Responsible ghost spinning around the room like that, someone could get hurt.
うちはそんなヘマせえへんよ。あなたじゃなくてその子のことですわ。目を回しているじゃありませんの。
はいはい、実験はそこまで。セナの言う通り、この子もびっくりしちゃってるし、続きはまた今度やってね。
Also, this is day one of us being a magical girl, and we just got thrown into a fight.
ね
He
え、
literally
本
was
当
like,
に
fight.
本当に大丈夫なの？
ん？この子もそのうち慣れるでしょ。だよね。
I'll try my best.
不安。
じゃあ、今日はもう解散の前に、
What?
君にもう一人紹介しなきゃいけない人を忘れてた。
He's what stopped by while you could, Blair. Mr. Kuromori whipped out his phone and dialed someone. Soon after, a man entered the room. It's the fairy! Also, this man on the right here, his nickname on campus is the Fairy. He's a worker? He's like a janitor, I think. He looked like he was wearing a janitor's uniform, but they call him the Fairy, which, is apparently because you don't really see him a lot. But all I could think of, I was like, during Pride Month? Huh? Wait, is he the maintenance fairy? Yep.
彼は富塚亮君。学園に出入りする業者。というのは表の顔で、
These are logistics.
ブルームズの広報支援をしてもらっているんだ。
Goodness fucking gracious.
富塚君、こっちが新しく入った例の子。資料は渡したけど、学園での顔も確
Yeah,
認しておい
we
て。
call him the fairy, non-derogatorily.
よろしく。よろしく。
今言った通り、業者っていうのは表の顔だから、君も学園で見かけてもブルームズの話題は出しちゃダメだよ。
That was a nice voice. I was already thinking that when I just like had the game and hadn't started playing it, I thought he was gonna get pretty high up on my list, considering that he has glasses and yeah, all that. And I'm beginning to think maybe so.
あと、今後は任務があるときは暗号を使って呼び出しをするからね。
A code word. A code word to keep things discreet?
そういうこと。ってわけで、これからは学園の放送で、フラワークインテットは庭園へ集合ってみんなを呼び出させてもら
That
うよ。
is so weird.
何それ？ダサ。罰ゲームですの。
勘弁して。
ねえ、ひどいよみんな。 チーム名に合わせて一生懸命考えたんだよ。
Also, this man is nice. I like him, but also a couple of things he does seem very odd.
これが嫌だって言うなら、みんなが決めポーズをする動画を研究エリア内にばらまかせてもらうけど。
Sir!
ことあることにその動画を持ち出すのやめてくれる？黒歴史だって言ってるでしょ。
Why? What's the deal with that video? I want to ask, but it's clearly a sore spot, and so they probably wouldn't explain anyway. Yeah, he has a couple red flags.
分かってやってるからほんと立ち悪い。
まったくですわ。あれを広められるのはごめんですから、放送の件は我慢して差し上げます。ああ、しゃあないな。話はこれで終わり。ならもう帰らせてもらうわ。
Oh, everyone's about to leave. I'd better ask before I miss my chance. I'm not scared, no. If you're being called over the PA system, does that mean you all go to Oceanside too? I'm also a student there, but what year are you all in? What class?
あのね、言っておくけど、私たちは任務以外で慣れ合うつもりはないから。
Oh. Huh?
そういうこと。普段の生活はノータッチで頼むわ。
No touchy.
ええ、そうですわね。
それじゃ。
What? Are they serious? I got the vibe that being a superhero involved more compartmentalization than I thought. Oh.
おはよう。ねえ、昨日の夜呼び出されてなかった？
Oh, yeah, me?
倉森先生の授業って取ってたっけ？
Oh, that was, I think they got the wrong person. That would convince everyone. One more secret I'm keeping from Lise. How can I throw her off my scent?
まあ、いっか。君は困ったことがあったら言ってくれるし、そうじゃないってことは困ってはいないんでしょ？
Oh, don't say that, Lise. You're really gonna make me feel upset. Also, I have to put some lotion on my forearms. They are itchy and dry. Right! Lise noticed my awkwardness, but decided to be a good friend and let it slide. Why am I lying to this precious girl? Cause, I don't want to be kicked out into the fucking wasteland that is outside. All I can do is leech off my own friend's kindness. I'm so pathetic.
ほら、急がないと遅刻しちゃうよ。
Why does our main character switch from being like typical Genki girl to like absolutely depressed? You're right, let's go. It's hard keeping secrets from a friend. How do the other Blooms handle it? They told me to stay away at school, but I wish I could at least talk to them. I have another afternoon free of classes, so this is a good time to look for the others. There's nobody else I can talk to. If they get annoyed, I'll back off. For now, I just need to find them. You know what? We're gonna try the rooftop. We're gonna see who the fuck's at the rooftop. I don't know who these are. The girls aren't here, but someone else is. The sun shone in my eyes, so it's hard to see at first, but I could make out a figure standing with their back against the railing.
こんにちは。
Who the fuck are you? Hello. Hello. He's not a student here, is he? He's not wearing uniform.
ねえ、今は必要とされているけど、必要じゃないかもしれないものって何だと思う？
I need to leave! What the fuck is this guy doing? I'm sorry, do you just go up to random high school girls and start giving them philosophical questions? What? Is that a riddle or something?
謎？うん。そうだね。僕はずっとこの謎が解けないでいるんだ。
I literally would just leave. This conversation feels weirdly disjointed.
答えが分かったら教えてね。
Who are you? He walked past me and left the rooftop, clearly done with our conversation. Hit me up? He seems pretty certain we'll meet again. What an odd guy. Huh. Yeah, sir, this is a high school. I wasn't able to find anyone. I guess my search will be fruitless, but I'd hoped to find at least one girl. I slumped over under the weight of my failure. Shibbity fucking Christmas! I don't even know. Hi, baby. This game could throw a fucking complete 180 at me and I would not even know. But yeah, I feel like we should leave the minute we see that man anywhere around. I think we should just open the door, see him, close the door, and leave. I'll go and write an email to Uncle Yashima, who I am pretty certain is evil. My emails to Uncle Yashima always help me put my thoughts in order. Writing them is actually quite therapeutic. Even so, I have to hold back some of the truths from Uncle Yashima, so I can't offload all these worries. Uncle Yashima, how are you? I'm well. Everything is fine, except, well, I'm currently struggling with a big burden. I'm afraid I can't share the details with you. The matter is rather private. I'm sorry. I can't explain, but I'll try to keep my chin up no matter what life throws at me. It's just enough to know you'd be standing in my corner, cheering me on. I finished writing the email and clicked send. I immediately felt better. I'd make it through somehow. My mood was definitely more positive. Yeah, Uncle kill a kitten every day. Totally not evil. My mood was definitely more positive, at least compared to how I felt this morning. After all, I'm no longer a plain schoolgirl. I was a superhero with a community to protect. My life had been turned upside down. I had become Meguka. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous, but when I thought about what the future held, I felt a thrill rush through me. Sure. It's late. I should head back to the dorm as quickly as possible. I hurried to leave the camp. As I hurried to leave the campus, I heard the PA system come to life.
ねえ、フラワークインテット、舞い踊るお時間なのですぐに集合して。
Oh, fuck. What kind of announcement is that? Oh, wait, is he calling for the blooms? Does that mean a vector's been spotted? I better hurry. I transformed and dashed to the command center where the other girls had assembled. They all glared daggers at the commander. God, I can feel the tension in the air. That announcement riled him up.
ちょっとやるならやるでちゃんとやってくれない？ほんまやで。ダッサいセンスを我慢してやったのに。
ありえない。
No, they do not think I'm a dude because they rescued me when I was a normal citizen. They've seen me when I was a normal citizen, and then they've seen me transform, so they know exactly what I look like. I just don't know what they look like untransformed.
恥ずかしくて顔から火が出ましたわ。
It was a bit of a weird announcement, more like an inside joke. It was cheesy, but it was ultimately effective in getting us here.
ごめんごめん。自分で考えたのに忘れちゃってさ。なんだっけ？花園集合だっけ？
Assemble in the garden. He's so easygoing. I had no idea he was like this.
はあ、もういい。出たんでしょ、怪獣。
うん。今日は居住エリア方面だから急いでね。
Also, you know what's really funny? Like, we're the only person whose transformation does not make us look like another person. We just look like us in a different outfit.
居住エリア？
それを早く言ってくださいな。皆さん、急ぎますわよ。
Yeah. When we arrived, we saw several vectors approaching from the outer wall. Howdy and the others expertly launched into battle. Yeah.
はっ！後ろ、爪の攻撃が来ますわよ。
As Cowdy landed a hit on a nearby vector, Senna warned Mocha of a sneak attack.
うちが防ぐ。
攻撃は私がやる。
Haruka rushed to Mocha's side, and together they launched a perfectly formed attack. Everyone fighting knew their roles in combat. I have a job to do, too, but there's no way I'm ready to take on a vector by myself. The first time I joined the mission, Cowdy watched out for me. I was so amazed by everyone's powers, I forgot to be scared. But reality, such as it is, was sinking in, and fear dug its hooks right into me.
ん？あんた震えてるやん。怖いんとちゃう？
無理しなくていいから後ろにいて。
Sorry. But my weak, mumbled apology was swallowed up by the sounds of battle. Everyone's so kind, but there's no point in me being here. If I try to fight and I mess things up, they'll just see me as even more of a burden. I stood in place, feeling more and more useless, until I noticed Senna fighting nearby. Huh? Something just slid behind Senna. Wait, it's a vector! Did the others know? Senna, look out! I leapt forward without being grabbed. Senna's arm, pulling hard, the Vector's claws almost grazed Sarah's side.
助かりましたわ。
Senna looked at me in astonishment. Her face then lit up in a big smile. I'm gonna fight too. Do you know where the next strike will come from?
今は予知するよりも動きを見た方が早いですわ。私が前から引きつけますから、あなたは後ろに回り込んでくださいな。
I'll give him my best shot. I watched the Vector, waiting for the right moment. I remembered how Senna leaped into the air and tried to mimic the jump. But somehow I slipped out of the bounds of gravity and soared far higher than expected. It's like I'm flying! I should be able to. I aimed for the Vector and used its shoulders as footholds to land lightly on its back. The Vector, which had ignored my presence until that moment, jolted suddenly and tried to crane its neck around to look at me.
いい感じ。それじゃ、行きますわよ。
Yeah. On Senna's signal, we both attacked the Vector simultaneously. It howled and spun around.
これで終わり。
Haruka slowly walked forward, hand raised, and barbecued the Vector with flame dust. It burned to a pile of ashes almost instantly. The other Vectors had also been defeated. Relief washed over me, mingled with a smidge of pride over my first successful battle. I did it?
やればできるじゃない。ほんま。ええ感じやったで。
I did good? Thank you!
うん。初めてであれだけやれれば上出来。あんたも立派にブルームズの一員やな。
My chest swelled with pride from being praised by both Kaori and Mocha. Do they consider me one of their own now? That would make me so huh? I watched as Senna approached one of the fallen Vectors and picked something up. Zerika! Yeah! No! I've become Meguka! Hello? Zetetica, this game is fucking wild. It literally opened up with the protagonist contemplating if there was such a thing as right and wrong. Our protagonist swings wildly between being very Genki and being very fucking depressed. There was none. Just think about it. I decided to ask about it. Senna, what's that? The way it sparkles. It's so pretty. It looks like the crystals I read about in school.
水晶花と呼んでおります。
Oh, it's a
害虫
rare
が消
drop.
滅した後、稀に残るものですわ。で、これは指令に届けることになってる。私が預かるよ、セナ。お願いしますわ。
The fight with the Vectors. The crystal. Kaori may have pocketed the crystal, but I can still see its brilliant shine behind my eyelids. Well, also, we email our uncle.
お疲れ様。君すごいね。早速一匹倒しちゃうなんて。さすが僕が見込んだだけのことはあるな。
Yeah. So, we email our uncle constantly, daily, because our parents are dead. We're an orphan. And we email our uncle, and as we watched the opening of this game, it gave us a nice little graphic of the email. You have mail, and then it showed a profile of a villain, like face of a villain. So I think our uncle is actually a bad guy. But also, there's this guy who is our leader, and he's got some red flags. Nope. This is the chemistry teacher, who also is a researcher and is also the leader of our magical girl group. We live in a colony called Theta. Theta is a basically bubble society because the rest of the world is completely inhospitable to humans. As well. Look, he just needs to wear glasses and I'm fucking smitten. But as well, all of the other magical girls are actually guys. They just turn into magical girls when they transform for some reason. Not except for us. We are just a girl who transforms into a not even slightly different looking girl. We just change our clothes. That's it. Exactly, but we are the least trans of the transformation.
It was nothing, really. I couldn't have done it without Senna's help.
Also, our amazing magical power is we can amplify other people's powers.
それはそうかもしれないけど、今日は動けなくなっちゃうんじゃないかって思ってたからね。あれだけ動ければ上出来です。君は今日ブルームズの一員として立派にコロニーを守ってくれたと思うよ。
Yeah. Yeah. But also, one of the characters that I'm kind of interested in, he's our logistics support, but he disguises himself as a janitor. He's really built. He's a lot taller than us, and his nickname, you'll never guess. You'll never guess what his nickname is in the school. You'll never guess. No! They do not call him the F word. However, they do call him fairy, which is an F word. And a little close to the other F word. But they call him fairy. And I really did have to look at the game and say, really? During Pride Month? Can't get anything past the commander. I'm terribly embarrassed that he noticed my fear from before the fight, but I felt a sense of pride too. He said I was impressive. I did good today. Also, he did tell us that if we tell anybody else about the Blooms, the group that we're in, we will get ejected from the colony. We will literally be left to die. Also, the other magical girls want nothing to do with us. They literally were like, don't look for us at school, despite the fact we all go to the same school. We will not talk to you. I took down a Vector, pretty much, with my own strength, and really learned what it means to be a superhero, a defender of Theta. Yeah, Thetas have neither knots nor holes. It's been difficult and lonely to keep secrets from dear Lise and Uncle Yashima. But by protecting Theta, I'm protecting the ones I love, right? Also, we discovered the localization that they're doing for this game. They call all the characters their first names, despite all of the voice lines calling them by their last names. So that's going to take a bit to get used to. So even though I might have to keep a tight lip, I'm really happy that I'm a member of the Blooms. Yeah, at least I think I'm happy. The commander changed the subject while I was busy sorting out my feelings.
ねえ、では諸君、新人さんもいるし、ここで改めてブルームズのルールについておさらいさせてもらいます。
Rules? You mean there's more beyond tell no one about the Blooms?
うん。まあそんなにきついことじゃないよ。一つは超能力。特に固有の能力を使うと代償が発生するから、使いすぎには気をつけるように。
Shut up, Kuramori. All of us, cultured folk. No. We know. What? I'm sorry, wait, I didn't even read that. Mainly, don't overuse your abilities. If you do, it'll trigger a side effect. Side effect? That doesn't sound good. We needed to watch our special abilities use. Hypnosis, Foresight, Flame Dust, Sap, and even my Augment.
香織くんたちはもう分かってると思うから気をつけるとして。君はどんな代償が発生するか分からないから、不調があったらすぐに報告してね。
Yes, sir.
What kind of side effects? Sounds scary.
それから、ブルームズの任務に支障が出る恐れがあるので、恋愛は禁止です。
Rude.
Excuse me?
Hearing such a draconian rule caused me to yelp out loud.
ほら、ブルームズの任務って極秘でしょ？恋愛とかしちゃうとね、秘密も漏れやすくなるし、任務に集中できなくなっちゃうかもしれないし。
Oh no.
けど、君たちの年頃の子に恋愛するなって酷な話だよね。僕も辛いけど、
What?
ここは我慢してほしい。
What? What does that have to do with you?
It's fine, really. The rule's just unexpected. Is what I meant for a say.
I meant what I said, but for some reason, My words made the commander's eyebrows shoot up to his forehead. This man is throwing off red flags. Huh.
恋愛できないんだよ。平気なの？
What am I gonna do? Bloom's business is a top secret, right? I don't even have a crush on anyone, so... I recall what Lise said to me before. Something about how she really liked that I wasn't boy crazy 24/7. Am I a little weird? No, we're just possibly gray romantic.
まあ本人がいいなら大丈夫なんじゃない？
I must have looked like I was panicking from the commander's shocked reaction. I was grateful for Kaori for standing up for me.
私たちも
Yeah.
別に不自由してないし。
せやな。ちゅうか他人なんて気にかけてる余裕ない。
So wait. If we're in a relationship with another Bloom, I guess does that we don't have to worry about not talking about Bloom stuff to other people because we're literally both from the Blooms.
恋愛に興味はありますけれど。いえ、こちらの活動が優先ですわ。
Phew, everyone feels the same way I do.
そっか。まあいいならいいんだけどね。でも人の気持ちなんて変わるものだよ。できるだけ早くこんなルールというかブルームズの活動自体なくせるように僕たち大人も頑張るから。
Sir. The commander suddenly sounded different. Curious, I scrutinized his face, but in the blink of an eye, he was back to his usual laid-back self.
じゃあ今日はこれで解散。
Huh?
待て。
The fairy! This is the fairy? You can see why I'm kind of interested in him.
富塚くん、気になることでもあった？
そいつが怪我をしている。簡単なのでよければここで手当てしてやるよ。
Who is? Oh, he's right. I hadn't noticed the scrape on the back of my hand until Rio pointed it out. Look! 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 I'm a fairy. Must have happened when I attacked the vector, and now it's starting to throb.
そこ座って。消毒するから。
Yeah. I had Rio pegged as a background actor, but he's clearly observing us closely if he picked up on a wound that I missed. Look, I'm just leaning into the nickname. I'll do it myself. No. We've said that twice now, and that was my immediate thought both times. We said that about the student council president. We had him pegged, and now this is the other man that we've had pegged. Also, we went up on the roof, and there was a weird man who asked us what everyone wants, but no one really needs. There's a lot of pegging in this game. And he wasn't a student at our school. He was just a rando who was on the roof of the school and asking us riddles. And it was really weird. Pegging is the answer to the question. Thank you. Oh. Thank you. You're really observant, aren't you, Rio? Why the fuck are we calling him by his first name? God, I really need to put aside my knowledge of Japanese etiquette.
これが俺の仕事だから。礼はいい。
I see. I was under the impression he was cold, but he just seems mature beyond his years. He didn't try to be distant. He just carried himself with the dignity of a grown adult. My opinion of him had definitely changed. The commander's like a friendly puppy. Yeah, in that the puppy humps your leg a lot. So maybe Rio's just quiet by comparison. That said, the commander is definitely more unique.
じゃあ手当てが終わったら今度こそ解散で。また任務があれば集合かけるからよろしくね。
And with that, we were truly done for the day.
頼まれていたやつだ。
Here's the evil people.
ありがとう。どれくらい効果があるか試してみるよ。
There
haven't been any more vector sightings since the last assignment. I went about my ordinary life as if nothing had changed at all.
ねえねえ、君はどこに行くの？私も一緒のとこにするよ。
What? I was about to ask you the same. Homeroom was in session and we were deciding where to go for the extracurricular lesson. The extracurricular lesson is held once a year for every student at Oceanside Elite Academy. It's an educational field trip to study Theta. Students head to elective areas to learn about the colony's environment and our way of life. We have the conveniences we do because of the colony's environmental installations. We owe our peaceful way of life to so many. Nope. They go to school as men. But I guess it's up to me to protect that peace now too. As a high school student, and more importantly, as a member of the Blooms. I'll study hard and learn all I can.
突然どうしたの？
Lisa gave me a wide-eyed smile. A wide-eyed stare. I smiled apologetically and refocused on the field trip. Oh god. Let's go to the research district? Oh wait, I gotta check our flowchart. Okay. We can get a bad ending on chapter 2-2. Let's go to the research district. I don't know what these colors are. If we're studying Theta, we can't skip this.
私、研究エリアって来るの初めてだよ。君は来たことあるの？
It's a first for me too. I'm kind of nervous. The command center is in the research district, but what does that count?
それじゃあ4人1組の班を作るぞ。まずそこの女子生徒2人は高藤と間宮と組むように。
Wait, what? That means us!
有名人と同じ班だよ。ラッキーだね。
Oh, yeah.
Are we lucky though? Mommy is super popular, so I'm kind of scared of the glares we'll get from his fangirls.
よろしく。
This is Kaori. This is Kaori.
早速中に入ろうか。
And this is Haruka. So, right guy is the yellow girl, and left guy is the white girl. Girl in white, girl in yellow. That sounded a little odd.
Okay, let's go!
What? Madam, why did you randomly speak English? Lisa is so good at talking to people, but we're here to learn. I have to focus and stop worrying about what other people are thinking. We're paired up, so we might as well work together and enjoy it. Yeah, seriously.
研究エリアに来れば普段見れない研究が見学できるって聞いてたのに。
Also,
何これ。
Tokyo is, he's a genius. Like, he's the school resident genius, and he just does whatever the fuck he wants. And then the other guy's the student council president.
まあ東京から見たら子供騙しの実験に見えるだろうけど、これはあくまで課外授業だろ。
Yeah.
Senseless busy work. We're supposed to learn stuff they usually don't teach at the academy, though. After we learned how the colony operates its airflow, we were split into groups to start building model equipment.
Yeah.
I have no idea how any of this works, but Tokyo and Ayumu seem so confident.
高藤くんは頭いいんだね。私、今の説明聞いても全然わからなかったよ。だから任せるね。
Easy, this is a field trip. We have to do our fair share of the work.
でも、君はわかった？下手に手を出したら足引っ張っちゃいそうな気がしない？
So here's the dramatic irony of this situation. We don't know that we're close to two of the other members of the Blooms. They do, however. They know that's us.
Okay, you may have a point, but
それなら君たちがやれそうなところを僕が教えるよ。時雄は難しいところを担当する。でいいよな。
Yeah, their form's changed, ours doesn't.
いいけど。
Yeah.
Yep, she's on the right.
さすが生徒会長、超親切だよ。高藤くんもありがとう。
Wow, Lise isn't even daunted by Tokyo's extreme aloofness. She's amazing, but then I already knew that. I'm here to learn too. Come on now, no more of this shrinking violet stuff. How is this connecting?
ああ、貸して。
それは僕がやるよ。
Okay, thanks. Ayumu inspected the part I handed him, comparing it to what he'd constructed so far, and then resumed deftly constructing the model. After that, he didn't even look my way again. I couldn't muster the courage to utter another peep. Ayumu's kind, but he's got a wall around him. It's probably hard to get to know him. Rip. After the field trip, I returned to my dorm. I reached into my pocket to check on my pendant as I turned on my computer. Today was a really great experience. I should tell Uncle Yashima all about it. I went on a field trip around the colony today. I realize now that it takes a lot of people to keep Theta running smoothly. It sounds obvious, of course, but the trip today really opened my eyes. Maybe my boring old humdrum life is more special than I gave it credit for. I think everything over as I send the email off to Uncle Yashima. Oh yeah, this is the fucking place we live. Yeah, well, that's the only way we can communicate with our uncle, is by email. A few days after the field trip, I was heading down a hallway at school alone with my eyes on the darkened windows that lined the walls. Class duties took me forever today. I'd better run to reach the door before curfew. Just as I kicked up my speed, I heard a flat, languid voice over the PA system.
5人組お花畑においで
Party of 5 to the flower field, please.
Yikes, that sure does lack the gusto he put into his last PA announcement. But does this mean a Vector's been spotted? I better hurry. The fastest route to the chemistry prep room was cutting through the courtyard. My mind made up, I rushed outside.
Oh, we're gonna run into someone else.
No one's around, which makes sense since everyone should be home by now. It's almost curfew after all. Huh? Is someone there? Oh, fucking hell! There's something strange about that girl. I've never seen a uniform like that either, although... Nope, we don't have a cute animal companion, just a weird teacher. The girl's uniform and general aura reminded me of the other members of the Blooms. Maybe she's affiliated with us somehow? The girl must have sensed me watching her because she turned to face me with a smile. Wow, she's pretty. Should I say something? She may not have anything to do with the Blooms. I shouldn't mention them.
ねえ、そんなに急いでどこに行くの?
Her sudden question was totally unexpected, so I just stood in confusion, unsure how to respond. The girl clocked right at my hesitation. Cute as she is, there's definitely something odd about her. Something not quite human. It felt like her unusual aura was sucking me in. I cleared my throat, determined to respond when she hit me with another query.
答えられないなら質問を変えるよ。この世界にふさわしいのは
What?
人間と害獣。
What? The question was right out of left field. I had absolutely no clue why she'd asked that. What is she even saying? Vectors deserve this world? That doesn't make any sense, does it? I'm quick saving because I have a feeling. What the fuck kind of status screen is this?
Why do we look so dopey? I wish to know too. Also, I do fucking love hero villain. But welcome to the flowchart that we could bad end in. Humans, obviously.
Well, I think the answer is obviously humans. Humans don't do anything wrong, and Vectors attack indiscriminately. I seriously can't think of anything that suggests that Vectors are more deserving of this world than human.
害獣は人間を襲うものか。君はまだ
Oh yeah.
何も知らないんだね。
Yeah.
Does she look sad? No. She's wearing an expression of pity. She feels sorry for me because I don't know anything, but what is it that I don't know? Huh? Come to think of it, how does this girl even know that Vectors exist? Right when I was gonna question the girl, she reached out and stroked my cheek with a cold hand.
君からちゃんとした答えをもらうまで見守ることにするよ。
The second she spoke those words, we were buffeted by a strong breeze. Closed my eyes. And yep, when the wind died down, the girl was no longer standing next to me.
Fucking weird shit happened to me today.
ずいぶん遅かったね。もしかしてどこかに出かけてた?
Everyone was assembled at the command center. No, I was just in the courtyard. What should I say? I should probably tell them all about my encounter, but it somehow doesn't seem like it's real. The girl's aura was so vague and indistinct. I was like talking to a dream.
いいや。それより今日の呼び出し理由を話さないとね。
The topic switched before I could decide what to say.
実は今日は任務で呼んだわけじゃないんだ。研究エリアからの呼び出しがかかったんだよ。上長たちがみんなの顔を見たいってうるさくってさ。君はまだ合わせたことがなかったよね。だから顔見せも兼ねていこう。
任務じゃないなら来るんじゃなかったわ。
同感。
面倒だし、いや行きたくないですわ。
って言うと思ったから言わなかったんだよ。ほらほら、行くよ。今日行けば半年くらいは行かなくていいからさ。
This one's Tokyo. Yeah. This one is the Ayumu, the student council president. And we've only seen Mocha and Senna's male form once each.
Everyone seems really reluctant. What are these higher-ups like?
じゃあ富塚くん、先導頼むよ。僕は君の隣にいることにするね。初めてだし、フォローする人が必要でしょ。
Oh, yeah, thank you very much. The commander's gallant gesture helping to ease my hesitation, I resolved to give the meeting my best effort.
ああ、よく来たね。待っていたよ。
香織、はるか、元気そうだね。
どうも。
皆さんも変わりないみたいですね。
セナとモカもよくやってるようじゃないか。戦いにはもう慣れたのかな？
I don't like this.
ええ。嫌でもなれるやろ。
Yeah.
They all look really uncomfortable, but the researchers seem friendly enough. What's with all the negativity?
ああ、倉森くん。その子が例の新しい子かな？
Do we not even have like a cool new name? It's just fucking Prince.
それでどんな能力があるんだっけ？ちょっと詳しく検査させてほしいな。
Thanks, I'm being studied. The researchers were all staring at me.
Yeah.
I inadvertently looked down to avoid their gaze, but I felt someone step in front of me. Commander? I raised my head and saw his body shielding me from the researchers' stares. I sighed with relief at his second gallant gesture of the day.
いや、それがまだ不安定でして、詳しく検査するならもうちょっと能力が安定してからの方がいいと思うんですよ。
そうなの？でもね。
まあまあ、また今度でいいじゃないですか。ほら、香織たちの検査しちゃったらどうです？この子の。
まあ時間はたっぷりあるか。おい、4人の脳波を取る準備をするぞ。
ああ。
Did the commander cover for me? The other girls seem to hate this. I think I'm starting to get why they didn't want to come. 2 hours later. I guess that's all the tests for now. I'm beyond tired. I was spared the in-depth studies, but they still recorded my height, weight, and so on. I feel like a lab rat.
知る。
慌ててどうしたの？まさか。
ああ、害獣が出たらしい。
Oh no, only me.
全員迎えるか？
こんな時に気が進まないけど仕方がないね。ごめん、みんな。疲れてるところ悪いんだけど、このまま迎えるかな。
大丈夫、いけるよ。
Okay.
I'm good to go.
急いで向かった方がいい。
てか、体動かして発散したいわ。こんなとこ早く出たいし。
Yeah, it's time to fight.
同感ですわね。
I want to get out of here too. Our time and energy is better spent on fighting vectors than all this.
Ooh, holy fuck, there's a lot of them. We headed outside, but as soon as we saw what was waiting for us, we froze.
なんか害獣の数多いんやけど、あんな群れ見たことありませんわ。
There seemed to be several dozen of them. It was far more than I'd ever encountered, too.
みんな固まっていこう。いつも以上に連携して戦わないと。私集中して指示を出すようにしますわね。お願い。あんたはタイミングを見てブーストを使って。特にはるかにね。
Okay.
Got it. I'll stick close to Haruka.
頼んだ。
Yeah.
Wait, those people over there. Hey everyone, there's still people here. See, 3 of them just over there.
本当だ。先に逃がさないと。
I don't think those are good people.
待って。様子がおかしい。
Uh-oh.
Haruka's right, they're barely moving, and 2 of them look odd.
あの人たち、
Oh.
角が生えてますわ。
Gun!
人間じゃないのでは？
Gun.
まさか害獣の仲間だっていうの？今までそんな奴ら見たことなかったのに。
And the third one, isn't that? The last member of their group looks familiar. It was the girl I encountered earlier, the one with the mysterious aura.
ヒューガ、雪並み、行くよ。
ああ、うん、行くよ。
来る。
The words barely escape Haruka's lips as a shadowy figure zipped towards her less than a nanosecond.
ああ、避けられちゃった。それならこっちはどうかな。
The attacking shadow, someone named Yukinami apparently, turned to me. Eek! He's so fast! I barely evaded him. I couldn't get a counter in.
And then there was a shout of a gunshot. Shout of a gunshot. Then there was sound of a gunshot.
I looked to see a guy named Hyuga with a gun pulled on comedy.
飛び道具使うなんて反則。
戦いに反則も何もないぜ。モラビア、害獣は任せだぞ。俺はこいつらをやる。
わかったよ。さあみんな、行っておいで。
Well then. Is she giving orders to the vectors? Yeah. Yeah, this is where we're at. So here's the thing. We could bad end here. Yeah. We're a little more hero than we are villain. What if I speak to Moravia? That's villain.
Why are you doing this?
Okay, well we're going with heroes. We're just gonna attack.
The girl is concerning to say the least, but taking down the vectors comes first. Give me your hand, Haruka. I'll use augment.
了解。
Uh-oh.
Did we take care of them all? With one last punch to a vector, I looked up at Kaori and the others. The fuck, why am I not able to read? They'd also just finished up, meaning the vector threat had been quelled.
これで終わりみたい。けど、あいつらがいない。
Yeah.
You're right, they must have run off.
逃がしちゃったってことか。ごめん、見えてはいたけど追いかける余裕がなかったわ。私も怪獣の相手で手一杯でしたわ。私たちをここまで追い詰めるなんて。あいつらが撤退しなかったらやばかったかもね。それってうちらがやられてたかもってこと？
We don't know, they might have.
そんな私たちが負けるなんてありえませんわ。
Baby, don't. No. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Dark in here.
でも実際逃げられたし、この状態でまた襲われたら終わりかも。
No.
とにかく今は一旦引き上げよう。指令も戻ってこいって言ってる。
Well, Commander, some fucked up shit happened.
みんなお疲れ様。
Oh,
モニターで見てたけ
glad
ど
you know already.
新しい敵が出てきたみたいだね。
モラビア、ヒューガ、雪並みって呼び合ってた。害獣の仲間には違いないと思うけど、知能が高そうだったし、見た、それにあいつらも超能力者だった。超人的な動きや私たちと同じサイコキネシスを使ってたし。
If only.
僕もそう思ったよ。害獣側にも超能力者がいるとなるとかなり厄介なことになってきたな。
Oh, I should tell the others about that girl. So actually...
そんな大事なことどうして黙ってたんですの？
You literally didn't give me a second. Sorry, I had no idea she's with the Vectors. Plus, she appeared to vanish so quickly I thought maybe it was a dream.
まあ過ぎてしまったことだから
Literally,
今
I
更
had
責
no
めても
chance
仕
to
方が
say
ないね。
anything.
ただし今後は同じことがないようにしないと。
この子を選んで接触してきたって可能性もあるんじゃない？
可能性はあるね。わざわざ一人の時を狙ったようにも思えるし、対策を練らないと。というわけでみんなも普段から周りを警戒して、君もすぐに報告するように。
I fucking tried. Understood.
あと昼間もできるだけ友達と一緒にいるようにね。
Ah, we're getting to know them
不
now.
要な外出も控えてもらうよ。
What? You mean I can't go into town?
そうだね。少なくともモラビアが君に接触してきた理由がわかるまではダメだよ。
I guess this is what I get for talking to Moravia. I'll just have to put up with not going out for a while. I understand. From now on, I'll stick to the academy and the dorms. I'll show up for my Bloom's duties and that's it.
そうして他のみんなも気を引き締めていこう。戦い方も変える必要があるかもしれないしね。
了解。
I'm so exhausted. I ran into that strange girl after school, then I was prodded like a guinea pig, not to mention the huge Vector fight. Today had been draining, to say the least. I want to write an email to Uncle Yashima, but I don't think I have the energy. I hold my pendant around in my palm as I recall the events that led up today. Have they made the joke about bloomers? No, they have not. They have not yet. Being part of a secret group is exciting, until you have to hide secrets from friends and families. Family is hard. But this is what it takes to protect people. From the shadows, I can keep Lise and everyone safe. That thought keeps me going. The day had been packed with oddities. The question about who deserved the world, the scientist who treated me like a test subject, the horde of vectors, the mysterious trio? I'm getting the feeling the situation is much more complicated than I first thought. Yeah, it's a tough job. Someone's gotta do it. Yeah. Report obtained. What do you mean, report obtained? I don't? Status? 57% hero. We still haven't finished 2-2. We could still bad end. I fell asleep thinking troubled thoughts and woke feeling like a zombie the next day.
ねえ、なんだか疲れた顔してるね。
Ugh, nothing gets past Lise. I didn't sleep well last night. I had some stuff on my mind.
そっか。ねえ、今日はお天気がいいし、外でランチしようよ。風に当たれば、ちょっとは元気になるかもよ。
I don't know, maybe. Ah, you're right. Let's eat outside. Air does feel nice. Lise was right. This is a great idea. Oh, don't leave me alone. I'll go buy us some drinks. Oh, that was me.
席取っておくね。
Okay. Oh, Real's over by the vending machines. I wonder if he's doing maintenance.
怪我はもういいのか？
Wound? Oh, right, he gave me first aid. It was just discreet. It healed right up, but thanks for your concern.
別に心配したっていうわけでもないんだけどな。
Sir, please stop eating the microphone. All of these voice actors need to stop eating the microphone. What was that?
いや、問題ないならいい。
I got that injured quite a while ago. He's pretty dedicated to the job. But his apathy is overwhelming. If he were a doctor, I'd say his bedside manner is atrocious. I wonder what he's really like. We did this ASMR thing. The fucking the student council president. Wait till we get to him because we've already heard from him, but I had to turn him down because he was just eating his microphone. So Phil.
友達が待ってるだろ。
Oh yeah. He sure shot that conversation down. I guess we're supposed to keep our distance anyway.
おかえりって、また何か悩んでる？眉間にシワが寄ってるよ。
Really? There's nothing bothering me though.
だとしても、そんな顔になっちゃうなら、街に遊びに行こうよ。楽しいことすれば笑顔になれるでしょ？
Yeah. I wanna go. I really do. Only sorry, I can't go.
いけないって、どうして？
I can't say why exactly.
君は 最近隠
We
し
could
事
just say
が
we're
多いね。
tired!
前はなん
Oh no, I can't tell the truth. I can't bear to leave Lise feeling so sad. I'm sorry, I can't explain things, but there's a reason why I can't go very far. How about heading to a cafe near campus? Oh, I know, it's your birthday soon, right? Let's celebrate it together.
覚えててくれたんだね。お祝いしてくれるのすっごく嬉しいよ。
Lise is smiling again. Mr. Kuramori did say to stick close to someone. I'll go ask him to lift the restrictions just for one day. After that, Lise and I enjoyed talking about the impending celebration and what kind of cake she wanted to have. He's gonna say no. He is going to say no. One day after our mission, everyone had returned to the command center exhausted. Mocha cleared her throat.
なあ、最近出動回数増えてへん？
I was thinking the same thing.
それに、あれから必ずあの3人のうちの誰かが来るようになりましたわ。
Uh-oh.
今日はヒューガだっけ？あいつ飛び道具を使うから本当に厄介。
Yeah, he's definitely scary. If he attacks while we're occupied fighting vectors, and that Yukinami is impossible to read.
敏捷性が高いから。モラビアはオールマイティーな感じだし。結局のところ、あいつら全員をどうにかしないと。
みんなよくやってるよ。だからさ、そんなに落ち込まないで。
Except we've only run into them. Like, we ran into Hyuga and Yukinami. We ran into them in the very, first day in the mall. And I mean, literally ran into them. And then Moravia, that's the dude that was on the roof that asked us riddles. So we have met their other forms. We just don't know them.
落ち込んでるわけじゃなくて、事実を言ってる。あの3人を倒さないと。
特にあいつ。
Moravia.
ですわね。せやな。
It's true, we need to defeat Moravia, but I keep thinking about what she said. I'd like a chance to actually talk to her.
確かに対策は必要だね。僕も上長たちと相談しておくから、君たちは今日は帰って休んで。
After being dismissed, everyone began to get ready to leave. I then remembered I had a question. Right, tomorrow's Lise's birthday. I have to get permission to go out. Excuse me?
待って。
Senna yelped, drowning at my question. I turned to see her crouched down, clutching her head. Senna, what's wrong?
何か見えるんですの。ライフロットが。
意識して使ってない時に発動するなんて珍しいね。何が見える？
Yeah, her drills. Commander's tone was uncomfortably sharp.
明るい日の下に害獣がいますわ。
Oh, fuck.
そして
昼に？害獣は夜にしか来ないはず。
Uh-oh.
でも見えるんですの。はっきりとした時間は分かりませんけど。
Oh,
これ
no.
は昼間ですわ。
We have to leave our friend.
はるかの言う通り、今まで昼間に害獣が出たことはない。でもセナのライフロットが外れたこともないよ。警戒はした方がいいだろうね。上層部に掛け合って明日はコロニー内に外出禁止令を出してもらうようにするよ。
A curfew. I guess that means tomorrow's outing's a bust. I hate to let Lise down, but if vectors really are gonna attack like Insetta's vision, we have to be careful. Guess we'll just have to postpone. Birthday party cancelled. But the following day, afternoon came and went, but there wasn't any announcement about a curfew. What's going on? I'll talk to Mr. Kuramori.
君、どうしてここに？
I didn't hear a curfew announcement. Does that mean the vectors aren't coming?
いや、そうじゃないんだ。
Uh-oh.
頭の固い連中が昼に害獣が出るってことを信じてくれなくてね。
What?
だからちょうどブルームズのみんなに声をかけに行くところだったんだよ。こうなったら僕たちだけでも警戒しないと。
I see.
僕は他の子のところに行ってくるから、君は君で警戒を続けて。
Roger. Stay sharp. Oh gosh, I gotta warn Lise. Lise!
そんなに慌ててどうしたの？ねえねえ、今日なんだけど。
Listen, we shouldn't go to the cafe today.
え？
I'm really, really sorry. We'll celebrate your birthday for sure, but we should probably do it in the dorm cafeteria.
もうまた何か隠し
Jiminy
事
Christmas!
何があったのかちゃんと話してくれないと
See, I'm beyond sorry, Lise. I really am. I want to tell her everything, but I can't. I don't even know if she'd believe it.
しょうがないなもう君が話せないってことはよっぽど困ったことがあったんだね
It really is, but listen, I need you to head back to the dorm as soon as you can. Please, you just gotta trust me on this. You need to be somewhere safe.
わかったよ今すぐ帰ればいいんだね
Thank you. I'll meet up with you as soon as I can, so just wait there for me.
うん待ってるよ
Uh-oh. So, who wants to call it that Lise's gonna die? Who wants to call it that Lise's dying?
What should I do now? Should I round up straggling students and send them home? But what about the people in town? Someone's screaming, but where? I should be able to see better from up here. Yeah. I looked down from the rooftop and saw several vectors trying to bash their way onto the campus. Students were scattering in blind panic. No! The vector's this close to school! I have to get everyone away from here! By the time I got down from the roof, the campus was awash with frightened students. Some had run back in, seeking safety from outside. Close the classroom doors! Huh? I heard footsteps drumming alongside mine. I turned to see several familiar faces coming up right behind me. Mihaya, the first year, Tokyo no Yumu from second year, and the third year, Kamui. Unlike the other students, they weren't the least bit panicked. Instead,
そこの教室入って早くみんな落ち着いて大丈夫だからね
Uh-huh.
先生方は生徒を教室に集めてください
Uh-huh.
僕は他の階を回ってきます
We now know everybody else's identity. Yeah, they still have the same hair color.
俺もあっちから回るそこの人もほら入って
they're giving directions with such calm reassurance.
I was totally taken back. The 4 male students were doing exactly what I was about to. Yeah.
How could they be so calm, though? Now's not the time to fixate on that. It seems the courtyard is clear of students. Did everyone manage to get away? But then panic suddenly rushed over me. I told Lise to go straight home. If she was on her way back to the dorms. She'll be fine. I have to get a hold of myself. I'm sure Lise found shelter somewhere. But what if the vectors found her hiding spot? My head hurt heavy with foreboding. I started running at top speed.
I wish. Our transformation sequence was literally like a bloom effect. And then it was done.
I figured it was better to stick with everyone rather than go it alone. I then wandered into the courtyard. The blooms would probably be in the command center. I was just about to set off toward the chem lab when someone called out to me. I turned to see who it was.
ここにいたんだ探したよ
Oh, Kaori! Haruka! Were you helping everyone evacuate?
学園にいる生徒はおおむね避難させられたと思う
We
か
didn't
ら
even get to see them
これ
fucking
から外の害獣を倒しに行くところ
Fucking
君も一緒に
transform.
来て
I was just thinking the same thing. Any students still trying to get home could get attacked.
私たちもその可能性を考えてたよセナとモカもすぐに来るはずだからあんたも変身して
Okay, here's our transformation.
Roger that.
That's it.
Senna and Mocha showed up right as I transformed.
お待たせ行きましょう
We all nodded to each other and then hurried out of the academy. The room from the school looked completely different to how I remembered it. How awful. Did the vectors do this? Anyone who came this way would have gotten seriously hurt.
Yeah, probably also budget friendly. I don't think they want to be doing a bunch of different transformation sequences.
Fortunately, the path was all clear. There wasn't a vector in sight either.
窓から外を見たときは通学路のあたりにもいるように見えたのですけれど
Really? Do you think they've gone to the residential district?
それにしては静かすぎるよ
せやなここにはもう気配がないもしかしたら害獣は商業エリアの方に移動したのかもしれへんし行こうか
Right behind you. The financial district lay in ruins, the buildings on the verge of collapse from the Vector's rampage. A ferocious roar sounded in the distance.
あっちや
We started off in the direction Mocha indicated, but then Senna suddenly cried out.
倒れてる人たちがいますわ
Oh. Oh.
We found multiple people lying on the ground. They'd clearly been attacked with the vectors. The sight of their bloody wounds made me want to turn away, but then I recognized one of them looked familiar. Can't be. Unable to comprehend, couldn't change reality. Lise! Oh, yep, I called it. I ran over to Lise and tried to pull her up, but when I wrapped my arms around her, I felt something wet on her back. What? What are you doing here? You said you were going back to the dorm! It didn't feel real. Her clammy hands, her pale face, all of it. Even my own cries sounded faded and far away. Questions about how and why this happened swirled in my head until I felt someone's firm grip on my shoulder.
下がって。あいつらがいる。
I followed Coyote's line of sight and saw 3 silhouettes standing down the street. There, that's Moravia, Hyuga, and Yukinami, right? Then Lise was. They controlled the vectors that did this to her. Once I realized that, rage began bubbling up inside me.
私たちはすぐにあいつらを追う。
Coyote must have figured that from my reaction that Lise was important to me. She didn't try to hurry me along, but rather showed concern with those words before taking off after Moravia and the others. The vectors might be attacking more people by now. That is just a dude with a gun, yes. I have to go, but I can't just leave Lise all by herself. Right when I thought that...
遅かったか。
Commander! The commander had come out to help even though he rarely left the command center. His face had gone completely pale.
だから手を打てとあれほど。
His voice was rough with pain, his usual cool demeanor shattered. I knew he was upset, but we had to get a handle on the situation. Commander, we must tend to the wounded. They're still alive. Please help me. Lise is alive. She may be unconscious, but she's still warm and breathing. We just need to get her treated. We didn't make it in time for the attack, but we can take her to the hospital, right? Oh no. I entreated him with the urgency I could muster. The commander to respond. Right as I was beginning to feel frustrated, Ryo stepped out from behind the commander.
救援ならもう呼んだ。
Oh, thank goodness, that means they'll be treated soon.
そうだな。
Uh-oh. Ryo was acting strange. Oh no! Oh no! Strange as well, but I was so worried about Lise, I just felt relief to hear the help was on the way. Should have gotten here sooner. I don't think they're gonna be taken care of. Like, I think they are. A deep regret replaced any relief I'd felt. The commander looked at me.
これは僕たち大人の落ち度だよ。害獣たちははじめ学園エリアを目指していたから。
If this was all the adults' fault, then where does that leave us? The others are still fighting, and someone else out there could get hurt. Commander, can you take care of things here? Coyote and the others went after Moravia's group. I should go too.
モラビアたち。もしかして3人ともいたの？
Yes, I think that's why there's so much damage. I need to do everything I can to stop them from hurting anyone else.
その通りだね。
Uh-oh.
怪我人のことは僕たちが見るからすぐに追って。
Uh-oh.
ああ、ここは任せてもらって大丈夫だ。
Thank you. Will Lise be alright? I had to check one more time. I looked to Ryo for an answer, but he just shook his head.
俺たちは医者じゃない。前処はするとしか言えないな。
He was right. Since I couldn't do anything more here, I decided to focus on the task at hand. Alright, just take care of her, please. I truly didn't want to leave Lise. I thought that if I let go of her hand, I might never see her again. But I shoved those worries away and ran after everyone else. Uh-oh. I'm here! Other four stood by the outer wall, but the battle was already over.
ちょうど今戻ろうとしてたんですのよ。この辺りにいた害獣はあらかた倒したんやけど、あいつらにはまた逃げられてしもたんや。
I see. Sorry for being late. Yeah.
あいつらを逃がしたのは私たち。君が謝る必要は？
After you left, the commander and Ryo came by and said they'd call for help. I imagine the injured people should be getting treated right about now. An image of the blood on Lise flashed through my mind, causing my hands to shake. I'm sorry to ask at a time like this, but do you mind if I went to check on her? No, yellow one is Coyote. Mocha is the teal one. But yeah, Coyote always looks like she's about to fucking lose it. She's a good friend, so I'm really worried.
どこに行けばいいか?
Oh, Haneka's question made me realize I didn't ask the commander where they'd be taken. Probably a hospital, but which hospital? Why didn't I ask? I instantly regretted my lack of foresight, but then Coyote spoke up and offered some surprising information.
来て。多分研究エリアだと思う。
Uh-oh, I knew it! But aren't the hospitals in the financial district?
病院ならね。でも、多分違うと思う。友達が心配なら、今は何も聞かずに、私についてきて。
It felt like she had an ulterior motive, but my desire to see Lisa was so strong that I agreed to go. No, I think Friend actually died for real, or she's being experimented on. Alright, lead the way.
急いだ方がいいかも。
Cody started running. The other three said they were coming too and ran with me. We tore through the abandoned town. Our friend got injured, said they were going to bring her to a hospital, but Cody said we should go to the research area, so we're going there. Oh, I know where we are. Cody led us to the sector where we were examined the other day. Did you hear someone scream?
Oh no! Oh shit, I just made the connection. If you are a normal human attacked by the vectors, you turn into a vector.
こっちや。
お前たちはよく来てくれた。
It's a fucking zombie situation.
早くこっち。
A gaggle of distressed researchers rushed up to us the second we entered the room. They grabbed Cody and myself by the arms and attempted to drag us further into the room. They looked terrified. What the heck's going on? We were so insistent we had no choice but to go along. They dragged us back to a back room where we saw some familiar faces. Oh, Commander.
こっちに来ちゃだ。
What? I'd never heard it so frantic. I had no clue why he was acting that way, but before I could ask, something else caught my eye. A vector? I expected to find injured people, but was instead greeted by something far from human. Ripped clothes hung from their body, long... Oh no. The vectors would be fighting. Local cried out, looked over where she was pointing, saw people getting up, visibly in pain. Oh. Except they weren't really people. Oh. They had claws and horns, just like the creature before me. Commander, what's going on? When I spoke, my voice trembled.
危ない。
Haruka jerked me back right as a pair of razor-sharp claws grazed my arm. The creature had taken a swipe at me. Then I remembered the remnants of Academy uniform on the floor. That uniform. My head swelled with confusion, then someone next to me shouted,
Haruka! やり。
Hey, wait, what are you doing? I grabbed Haruka's arm, but she just snapped at me in response.
何をバカなことを言ってるの。今の見てたでしょ。
Truthfully, I'd started to piece together what was going on already. I just didn't want to believe it. But red flags kept popping up in my mind. It can't be true. It just can't.
私たちは害獣を倒すためにここに来た。こうなるって、怪我をした人が害獣になるってことですの。
Please don't say it.
そうだよ。そして、そこにいるのは、この子の友達だって言うんやないやろな。
Oh. No, I won't believe it! My refusal was automatic, but even I knew my words were hollow. You can't deny reality. I had to accept it whether I liked it or not.
信じなくても事実は変わらない。
Haruka shook off my hand and turned towards the vector.
信じられへん。私もですわ。
Well, I wasn't expecting this game to get really dark! Cody and Haruka are ready to attack, but Moka-san and I stood frozen. But the vectors wait for no one. By the time I snapped out of it, there wasn't a single injured person left. There were only vectors.
早く倒してくれ。
勝手なこと言わんと。そうですわよ。でも数が多すぎる。
Cody! Haruka! I have to help them, but...
セナ、こっちや。
Senna defended Mocha in the nick of time and then finished the vector off. Hey, so, are we in that bad end? To Justice. Common route. Oh, we're on the Justice common route. Why are there so many bad ends? I check off. I don't know.
セナ、攻撃してくれてありがとう。あんたがやってくれなかったら、うちがやられてた。モカこそ、かばってくれたじゃありませんの。だから、お互い様ですわ。
Holy shit.
こうなったらうちらも覚悟を決めるしかないな。
After the Vectors attacked them, Mocha and Senna fought back with Kaori and Haruka. Was it wrong of me to try and stop them? We were all just desperate to make sure no one got hurt. The Vectors' roars filled the room, along with the sound of strikes. I could only watch as the Vectors fell one by one.
ねえ、あんたはそれでいいの？
Stern words made me look up. Kaori was talking to me as she faced off with an enemy.
このままだと、あんたの友達は私たちに倒される。あんたはそれでいいの？
What the fuck else am I supposed to do? Of course I'm not. But what else can I do? Well, I have to quick save here because, there's a bad end, and I think that's doing nothing. I think I have to ask for help. What? The fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Huh? She wouldn't want to live like this. That's the only thing I could do. I know that, but I can't bring myself to do it. Kaori, you're gonna need your help to defeat Lise.
わかった。手伝うよ。
Kaori responded immediately and then circled behind the creature that used to be Lise. She unleashed hypnosis and the creature began to move sluggishly.
今だよ。やって。
Yeah, I guess. The creature in front of me is a vector. There's no intelligence beyond its bloodshot eyes. It's just looking for its next prey. Lise was so cheerful and kind. Oh god! Lise's smile flashed in my mind, but no matter how hard I stare at the vector's face, there's no semblance of Lise. I'll never see her again. What happened next only took a split second, but I felt like it occurred in slow motion. I charged up psychokinesis and started running. I'm sorry, Lise. I went straight for the vector and thrust out my fist, punching it in the gut, right on target. I must have charged too much power, because then a blinding light lit up the entire room. Afterwards, all that was left was a beautiful crystal flower. I'd seen ones like this before. I walked to the flower and picked it up. I didn't think these flowers had anything to do with those horrible monsters, but now I understood what they were made of. Light reflected off the crystal flower lying in my palm. Its sparkle reminded me of Lise's smile. I have no right to cry. Deep down, I knew that. Why? No! It's so beautiful, but the light blinding my tear-stained eyes. The light blinded my tear-stained eyes, so I slowly closed my hands. What? Gemini. Oh. The next day, the school urged the students to come check the extent of the damage around the academy. So the students that stayed in the academy weren't hurt. Yeah, you did.
あいつ昨日マジでいいやつだったのにどうしてこんなことになるんだよ。
お父さんが昨日連絡が来て私のおばさんもダメだったみたい。
As I suspected, there were lots of victims in town. I probably should have been more focused on how we couldn't protect everyone from the vectors. But there was only one thought in my mind. Lise's gone. I won't see her in the dorm or around the academy. She's just gone. I hope. I know why it happened better than anyone, but I still can't accept it. Being surrounded by all these people made it all the more clear that Lise wasn't coming back. I wanted to return to the dorm, but we still had to go to our homerooms to check in. People would worry if I wasn't there. I want to be alone till then, at least. I wonder where it would be quiet. Where would be quiet? Okay, so we're mostly hero. I'm gonna go to the... Yeah, I'm certain that our terribly depressed protagonist is gonna definitely take this 100% well. Yeah. That might be why we went on the, justice route. Maybe if we keep them pretty even, we go to a secret route. I don't know. We're gonna go to the courtyard, I guess. Usually lots of students will be out here talking, but it's empty. Maybe no one felt like coming out here, but I was wrong. Oh, what? Oh, family. I guess.
Go to the chem lab? Once here, but my little tie short lived, heard the door behind me.
あれ
So cute. Okay, so. Gotcha. So possibly the empty classroom is the student council president. So I guess we're gonna try to go for the student council president.
I think the classroom will be empty. Just as I thought.
何が良かったの？
I've spoken a lot because I thought the room was empty, but apparently it wasn't. Oh, Ayumu. Sorry, I didn't think anyone could be here.
謝る必要はないよ。別に僕も用事があってここにいたわけじゃないし。
I went over to the window Ayumu was looking out and saw that everyone comprised of only a few people outside. Does he want to be alone too? Maybe I'm overthinking things.
君は昨日友達を亡くしたと聞いたけれど、残念だったね。
His words were so sudden, I didn't know what to say. I certainly didn't expect the student council president to worry about me. He's probably worried that I'm feeling down. Despite his intentions, his words dug sharply into my wounds. Yeah, I don't know. I was at a loss for words. I mean, okay, the chemistry lab for the genius made sense. The library for the teal-haired guy, I just know because one of the, like, CGs they show you is him in the library. So that's where I made that connection. And then, yeah.
ごめん。無神経に話題にすべきじゃなかったね。ただ、僕にも大事な人がいるから、もし自分が同じ状況になったらって思ったら、声をかけずにはいられなかったんだ。
I really hope we don't have another game of a protagonist looks dazed and confused.
Chicken sandwich.
I've been eating, I ate the last of my spam musubi today. God, that was fucking delicious. God, that was fucking delicious.
Are you talking about Tokyo?
友達で大事なのはもちろん度胸だよ。
Yeah.
それから僕には妹がいて、
I made it yesterday.
もし妹に何かあったらと考えたら、
I cooked.
たまらない気持ちになった。
Yeah, friend was really cool. They said was cool. Muffin stuff in time. Yeah, I made spam musubi yesterday, and I did like a teriyaki glaze. I did soy sauce and sugar, except for the fact that I accidentally caramelized the sugar. I caramelized most of the sugar, so whoopsies. I had soy sauce caramel, which is not all that great. Actually, not all that great. I could tell he was talking to me on a personal level, not as the student council president. That made me start to feel a little better. Looking back, Ayumu worked hard yesterday to evacuate the students even though everyone was in an uproar. He probably thought it was expected of him, but I wonder if there's more to him than meets the eye. That's amazing.
すごい。僕が？
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the spam actually tasted really, really yummy. It was my first time making spam musubi, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do it. I bought a can of spam to try it out. Because I've never had... This was my first time eating spam. So I was like... I'll give it a shot. But yeah, it actually was really, really good. It literally was kind of just like eating a hot dog. Or, some sort of, like, lunch meat or cold cuts. So it really didn't, like... Everything I've heard of was, like, everyone was like, oh, it's so gross! It's so salty! And, like, yeah, it was salty, but... It wasn't bad. Yeah? I could definitely see it. I'm probably gonna... Next time I do grocery shopping, I'm probably gonna get some more. Yeah, exactly. I'm like... I'm open to trying a lot of stuff, so I was like, whatever, I'll give it a shot. I spoke without thinking, and Ayumu looked completely surprised. I think it's amazing that you can put yourself in other people's shoes. Sounds like you're a really kind person. When he heard me say that, Ayumu's expression turned troubled.
僕が優しいわけじゃない。今の君のことを思えば、誰だって同じように言葉をかけると思うよ。
It was really fun to make them, though. No, he knows that we don't know. Though he spoke haltingly, his words conveyed a sense of humility and seriousness. The small, considerate gesture was like a balm to my injured spirit. Excuse me. When night fell, the blooms gathered in the command center. The atmosphere was heavy and the commander wore a grave expression, a far cry from his usual demeanor.
今日集まってもらった理由はもちろん昨日のことについて話をするためだよ。昨日の一件でみんなもう知ってしまったと思う。
So that's why
害獣
it
に
was
襲われた人間がどうなるのか。
So that's why it was really awesome that we transformed and after we were attacked by a vector and not turned into one.
待ってよ。
Mocha piped up, interrupting the commander.
その前にはっきりさせておきたいことがある。香織とはるかはああなることを初めから知ってたんやろ？知ってたよ。
うん。
なんで黙ってたん？害獣に襲われた人間は害獣になるって。
Cause what a fucking morality suck that is. Jeez.
そうですわよ。それにもともと人間だったのにあんなにあっさり攻撃するなんて信じられませんわ。
I'd surmised from the reactions yesterday, but clearly this was a surprise for Sana and Mocha too.
じゃあ聞くけど、相手が人間だったからって人が襲われるのを見逃すわけ？
Nope.
そう。元が何であれ、みんなを守るためには倒さなきゃいけない。
結果が変わらないからって知ってたら覚悟を決められたって。だったらいつ教えればよかった？真実を知ってても変わらなかったんじゃないの？そういう言い方はないんじゃありません？
Yeah.
セナとモカの言い方だって問題だよ。
I watched the four of them argue, trying to figure out the right moment to step in. I took down Lise with my own hands, so I get how they feel. I know all too well how much it hurts. Yeah, quick save. I'll lead the fight. What the fuck is that? Is that us getting bad ends? We didn't bad end here. Oh, that is a possibility. Our magical curl color scheme. We look like a fucking clown. We look like a fucking clown. And I'm like sad, because we really look like a fucking clown. I don't know. Justice. Here, we'll go to title real fast. I'll see if there's a CG for it. Wait.
やりやすいように好きに。
Wait, I can't check my CGs?
あっちも気に
So this is still just a common route. Okay, no CG gallery.
ああ。
Well, maybe. Okay, no tell how much it hurts. We're gonna stop the argument here. All I can do right now is stop the argument. Things will get worse if we don't work together. Hey. However, someone stood in front of me when I tried to speak up. Commander.
みんなごめん。
I do want to know what happens to Clara. I'll lead the fight. Like do now. Alright, but listen up. I'm just as shocked as you about to learn the truth about the vectors. I even had to kill my dearest friend. That's all the more reason to keep going. I know that as long as I continue to help people, Lise will be smiling down on me from above. By now, I was grinning. Carly just looked at me, doubt written all over her face.
あんた、何言ってるの？
I don't fucking know. It's no time to answer. The words kept pouring out. I'll take the lead and fight. I'll defeat all of them. Every last one. So then, wow! We're just going the goddamn, Saya route. Then I'm don't have to do. I'll have to make themselves do anything.
そんな無茶言うなや。
正気？
Genocide route. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know anymore. Tears filled my eyes, but no one seemed to have any other objections. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh. Well, yeah, bad end. Ade? My stats will reset. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have to splat through back again, apparently.
Achia!
That was very confusing. It means we get to watch our friend get... We gotta kill our friend again. Maybe this time I'll just kill her straight up. Maybe this time I'll try out killing her. That sounds wrong, but I think we're gonna die if I pick the do nothing option. They really, like, fused a horse and a pig for this goddamn thing. Do nothing. I can't do it. Turn to the vector, which I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I fucking die, huh? Oh, the ground, my stomach burns. Let's stick this blood. Oh. Well, bad end. Yeah, we can find Skin's vectors to beat her.
I don't have an answer. All I know is that the creature found me is no longer Lise. Lise wouldn't want to stay like this, and I can't bear to watch someone else take her down, which means I'll defeat her. This is something I have to do myself.
Come on, eh?
I made up my mind to face the vector that used to be Lise. The creature found me is a vector. Yep. Okay, well. We're gonna go to the empty classroom. Jiminy Christmas! I was looking forward to a fun magical girl game. Not whatever the fuck this is! Stop the argument. Okay.
だから攻めるなら僕を攻めてほしい。ブルームズの仲間同士で言い争ってほしくないんだ。
Look! It was a joke! I was hoping it was a joke!
I could tell he was being sincere, and I was sure the others felt the same. We all quieted down and waited for him to continue.
香織と遥は幼い頃から能力に目覚めていて、研究者たちとも関わりが深かった。害獣に襲われた人間が害獣になってしまうことも教えるまでもなく自然に知るようになったんだ。それに対してセナとモカと君は後から能力に目覚めてブルームズに加わることになった。
Oh wait, today was Rize's fucking birthday. Oh my god, she died on her goddamn birthday. Oh.
だから香織たちとは受け止め方が変わってくるだろうと思って情報の開示には慎重になっていたんだよ。
Be nice.
まあ今となっては言い訳にしか聞こえないかもしれないけどね。
なあ、つまりは研究者たちも知ってるんやな。もしかして怪獣に襲われた人間の研究もしてるんとちゃう？
Wait, is it like a 50-50 chance if you get hit, you either develop powers or die? Senna perked up at that question.
そういえば研究者たちは慌ててましたけれど、人間が怪獣化したことには驚いていませんでしたわ。
Oh, and if Kaori knew, this must have happened before, right?
君たちの言う通り、研究者たちも知っていたし、害獣化のメカニズムも調べていたよ。
That means out of everyone associated with the Blooms, Mocha, Senna, and myself were the only ones who didn't know. A niggling doubt flittered through my mind, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Yeah.
こんなことになってしまったけれど、改めてみんなにはお願いしたいんだ。どうかこれまでと同じように ブルームズの任務を全うしてもらえないだろうか。誰かが害獣たちを倒していかない限り、今回と同じような悲劇が起こるかもしれない。それは絶対に防ぎたいんだ。ここには今回辛い思いをしたメンバーもいる。それなのにこんなお願いをするのは酷だって分かっているけれど。
I definitely felt like I'd gone through the ringer. The others cast sympathetic glances my way while I thought about everything I'd seen at the academy today. So many students had been crying over lost friends and family. I'm not the only one who's lost someone.
そうだね。それに今回のことだけじゃない。ブルームズに加入した経緯はそれぞれだけれど、みんないろんな思いを抱えているよね。ブルームズの任務に就くことでその思いが解消されるわけでも解決するわけでもないかもしれない。けれど今実際に困っている人たち、傷つくかもしれない人たちを助けることができたら、明るい未来に一歩近づける。そう思ってはもらえないかな。
We remained quiet for a while after the commander had finished, then Senna broke the silence.
完全に納得したわけじゃありませんわ。でも私には守りたい人がいますから。
True.
ブルームズの任務を続けます。
Very true. Oh, we reset back. Mm-hmm.
うちも
Because we
叶えたいことがある。その目的を果たすためにも続けるよ。
we went backwards, so it gave me that, hey, if you do this, it said, hey, if you go back to this section as your starting point, it'll reset all your stuff. And I went, oh yeah, sure, whatever.
I don't want anyone else to go through the same thing I did. 3 of us agreed to stay, and Kaori and Haruka didn't have any other objections. Our resolve confirmed. The commander continued on.
みんなありがとう。
I think those were just
僕も
bad and or not.
みんなの思いを無駄にしないように動いて、頼りない大人に見えるかもしれないけれど、上層部の連中よりはマシだとは思うよ。
I'm glad you realize it, though, sir.
それは同意する。
Commander flashed a wry smile at Coyote's interject. The casual nature of their conversation seemed to lighten the tension in the room.
それじゃ最後に今後の戦い方について決めておこう。香織と遥には前線でみんなを引っ張るような戦い方をしてほしい。
わかった。
今まで通りにやる。
頼んだよ。セナとモカと君は今回のことで動きに躊躇が出るかもしれない。だからしばらくは香織たちを援護することを中心に活動してほしい。
Wait a second. If all of the vectors used to be humans, how are we not having wild mass missing persons? Like, why are there not a huge slew of missing persons being reported?
特にセナ、君は予知に力を入れて昼間に害獣が出る場合は警告してくれるかな。
わかりましたわ。
We discussed strategy for a while longer, and then we're dismissed. I guess. The vectors were a urban legend, though. They weren't like, nobody knew they were fully real.
After returning to my room, I realized my feelings were all still bottled up. Perhaps it was because we'd broken the tension in the meeting, but a sudden urge to cry on someone's shoulder overtook me. If only Mom and Dad were still alive.
Fuck hell. I could have talked to them about this. Oh, well, I broke my tracking. Oh, the ghost took me. Alright, I'm back. Mom and Dad are vectors. Probably. They probably got killed.
I took my pendant out of my pocket as I mumbled to myself. I usually didn't think about the fact that my parents were gone, since Uncle Yashima had always been there for me, but now that I needed support, I felt their loss keenly. It seemed so cruel they weren't here anymore. Why don't I have anyone? Why does everyone I love have to die?
That's a rough one. Protagonist. thoughts swirled round and round in my head. I eventually came to the conclusion that I definitely needed to talk to someone. I should write to Uncle Yashima. I'd only told him I was safe because I was having trouble dealing with things, but now there's so much I want to talk to him about. We never get emails back from him that we're told about. I'm sorry for only sending a quick note before. To be honest, my best friend got caught up in the attack yesterday and died. I feel so confused. Yeah. Oh, none of this seems real. My emotions have been all over the place and I don't know what to do with them. It just hurts so much. These words can't adequately describe how heartbroken I am or how dear she was to me. Yes, he does. He does actually exist, and I'm pretty certain he's a bad guy. When I was thinking about all the times we had, I realized that I'm all alone now. Mom and Dad are gone, and though you've always been like a parent to me, you're not here. Aw, Phantom. It's okay. It's okay if you don't want to be here for this game. It's okay. Please don't force yourself to be here. If it's just gonna make you upset. I really wish someone was. It just makes me wonder why. Why am I alone? Especially during times like this. Is there any reason? I know I'm being selfish, and I'm truly sorry for that, since we can't see each other. Let me just ask you this. I stopped writing there. I thought about what was troubling me the most. No matter how much I wanted to avoid it, I knew what it was. I killed Lise. Was that the right decision? Was there really no other way? And I'm going to continue fighting the Vectors, who are just like Lise. Can I really do this? Uncle Yashima, I'm second-guessing whether I did the right thing yesterday. Okay. I truly don't know, but I still have to move on. How am I supposed to get through this? Please tell me. Uh-oh. Did we fall asleep at our computer? Interesting. Morning. Before I knew it, the sun's rays were shining through my window. I must have fallen asleep in front of my computer. I stared at the screen and noticed I'd gotten a message. Is it? It was from Uncle Yashima, just as I'd hoped. He replied much faster than usual. I'd probably worried him, which made me feel a little guilty, but I desperately wanted to know what he thought.
大変なことが起きていたようだね。こんな時にそばにいてやれなくて本当にすまない。
Wait, I know this voice. Wait, I know this voice.
私もとてもお前に会いたいよ。今の状況を思うとなおさらそう思う。
Wait! What the fuck is this? Is this Morty Ogai's voice from Bungo Stray Dogs? Like every people priest?
だがどうしても会うことができないんだ。
No, it can't be.
こんな私を許してくれとは言えないが、どうか分かってほしい。
No. This is gonna Paradigm Paradox Visual Novel Database. Love Uncle, actually a vector. Yes, I need hide spoilers. I just want characters. Voiced by Miyamoto Mitsuru. Wait, okay. Miyamoto Mitsuru. Miyamoto Mitsuru. Okay. Hot ta-da! I knew I fucking recognized this voice. It is Mori Ogai from Bungo Stray Dogs. I was like, this voice sounds like a husband. This voice sounds like a husband. Yeah, I was correct. He also played one of the characters from Olympia Soiree, who I heard his voice and immediately went, is that Morty Ogai from Bungo Stray Dogs? Let's see, is there literally any other characters that I recognize that this man has? He voiced someone in Tsubasa Chronicles, but I haven't actually seen the entirety of Tsubasa Chronicles, so can't say anything about that. He voices Ayame Solma in Fruits Basket? What the fuck? Well, that's not what I was expecting. Huh. Yeah, I can't tell you whether he's done a lot of, villain roles, but I know that voice. That's a main villain. We can't meet under any circumstances.
せめてお前の問いかけには誠実に答えを返したいと思っているよ。
What? I'm sorry. I just came to the realization that I heard maybe 5 lines out of this man's mouth and went, I know that fucking voice actor.
自分の選択が正しいかどうか、そんなことは誰にも分かりはしない。私もお前より長く生きているけれど、常に迷っていると言っていいだろう。
Wow, he's being very open about his mental health for a Japanese man.
きっとこの迷いに答えが出る日は来ない。来るとしたら、自分の人生が終わる時だと思っている。私自身の答えは今伝えた通りだが、それでもお前がさらなる答えを欲するのなら、答えは人の中にあるからだ。親友を亡くしたばかりのお前に言うのは酷かもしれないけれど、自分を支えてくれる相手を見つけなさい。お前は両親を欲していたけれど、それは叶わないことだし、私もそばにはいてあげられない。
Both of you fucking amazing. Little glasses and all. Yeah, a Vector writing the email.
だからもし今身近にいる人でお前と同じように悩んだり苦しんだりしてる人がいたら、まずはお前がその人に寄り添ってあげなさい。
Okay. I'll be right back. I know I literally just took a second to go off on a tangent about voice actors. I have to go grab a my ankle brace because my ankle's given me a little bit of an owie, so I just need to brace it. So I'll be back in a second. I left the brace in my bedroom. Pick 'em ups. No, I'm not on house arrest. I just have joints that want to leave their position that they should be in. So I apologize because you guys are gonna hear some grody, probably gonna hear some grody, what the fuck I'm working on? Word am I looking for? Velcro. Some gross Velcro noises. For a bit. Yeah, I wish I could put my joints on a rest. Alright. Yes. I will say that is weird, Zatetic. I don't like Velcro noises. Prince ASMR? Prince puts on his ankle brace and complains to you about his joints slipping.
相手の気持ちに寄り添うことで自分の気持ちが見えてくることもある。
Okay, that's much better.
自分の心の鏡になるような人を見つけなさい。
Oh wait, I actually don't have these on tight enough. I don't even know if the mic is picking this up. It is, kind of. I'm probably tying this like way too tight, but that's what I need for it to actually like hold my fucking joint in place. Yeah. Find someone who mirrors my heart.
その人はきっとお前が生きていく上で大事な存在になるだろう。
Each and every word of Uncle Yashima's message showed me just how much he cared. I'd been too wrapped up in my own pain. I'd resented him, and yet he responded with kindness. My heart flooded with regret for guilting him over not being able to see me. What? Why are you saying I wish I could see you guilting. That's just no. Maybe I was wallowing in my own suffering too much. Wow. I immediately thought of everyone in the blooms. Kaori and Haruka decided to continue fighting without any hesitation. I realize now that I don't know them as very well. Senna and Mocha were also upset about having to fight people who turn into vectors. I'm not the only one dealing with all this. I still haven't directly talked with any of them about it. I should probably do that. Maybe the Bloom's members could be the mirror that Uncle Yashima mentioned. I wasn't completely sure, but I had a sneaking suspicion we shared the same pain. Yeah. I'll talk to them first. If we can be open with each other, I think we'll be able to move forward. I have to keep going, for myself and for Lise. A few weeks had passed since the daytime attack. The Blooms were able to return to fighting as normal, on the surface at least. Of course, the sorrows I felt from losing Lise and my emotional scars from having to take her life hadn't yet healed. But that's why I have to keep on going. Keep going on. I can't allow anyone else to go through the same thing. I've decided to face this with everyone. I'm going to take our mission more seriously than ever before.
そっちに怪獣がいた!
Roger that! I wouldn't say that my determination had achieved some miraculous results, but I noticed our teamwork had improved recently. Yeah. Take that!
やるやん。ほなら、うちがとどめを刺すで。
Uh-huh.
一丁上がりですわね。次、左から来ますわよ。任せて。
I was filled with the sense that we understood each other as we fought, even though we weren't actually saying much.
ちょっと数が多いね。
Yeah, I guess it is. Oh, Haruka needs help. Oops. Whoa! Oh! What? This is a new screen. Oh, we're on his route. We're on student council man's route. Yeah, we're on Ayumu Mamiya's route already. The Justice Common route. Assist by attacking. Let me give you a hand. I'll gather the vectors over there so you can attack them.
わかった。
Did that do anything? It didn't. So maybe I'm supposed to use Augment. Yes. I'll cast Augment on you so we can take care of all of them in one go.
頼んだ。
I gently took hold of Haruka's hand and concentrated. I imagined a ball of energy inside me, flowing over to Haruka. The other members noticed what I was doing and began to retreat. Upon seeing that, Haruka held out her hand.
燃えなさい。
She whispered the word and the flames sparked from her hand. Boosted by Augment, the fire swallowed all the vectors in the area. And that completes today's mission.
アシストしてくれてありがとう。助かったよ。
Yeah. What is this music? I feel like I just completed a JRPG battle. Haruka usually didn't speak much, so it was a surprise to hear her give a compliment. She had a tiny smile on her face, and I couldn't help but grin too. That was all you, Haruka. I just cast Augment.
じゃあ、お互いよくやったってことで。
Yeah. Seeing that rare smile made me want to talk to her more, but Haruka had already returned to her usual demeanor. She ran over to where everyone was, so I quickly followed after her. So wait, is this gonna begin being like maybe a lesbian love story?
お疲れ。いつも以上にいい動きだったんじゃない?
It's actually a guy? How the fuck are we swinging this? Because we're still in the identity unknown section. That's your best mission yet. The commander was waiting for us in the command center. He greeted us with his usual carefree manner. Wait, I just realized. I can check. So there's 3 ends and 2 possible bad ends. Not bad. The commander was waiting for us in the command center. He greeted us with his usual carefree demeanor. I didn't see Ro anywhere, but that didn't strike me as odd. No, nothing out of the ordinary had happened during the mission. We just followed orders and carried it out per usual. It seemed to me the commander was just being polite, but it was still nice to be complimented. I wonder if that means he thinks our teamwork is good. If so, that'd be great. Yeah! We really missed it.
別にいつも通りやっただけ。
そうそう。大したことはしてへんよ。
Yeah, if we also were a guy who became a girl, if magical, we literally could have hit everything. We could have hit the straights, we could have hit the yaois, we could have hit the yuris. Bad if you try to do anything straight. But maybe the others don't feel the same. I thought our bonds were deepening as we continued to work missions together, and I'd hoped to better understand everyone. It's not that I want to make a fuss or anything, but is it so bad to be happy that the people in town weren't hurt?
これからもその調子で頼むよ。じゃ遅くならないうちに解散してね。
The commander soon left the room, and seeing that no one else had much to say about his praise. We keep getting dismissed so quickly, but I'd like to talk with everyone some more. Maybe I was overly excited because Haruka had thanked me, and that was so rare, but I'd started speaking to everyone before I even realized it. Do you all have a minute? I wanted to thank everyone today.
急にどうしたんですの？
Everyone turned to me in surprise when I spoke up. I'd already started, so I figured I should at least finish my thoughts. I think I've been able to come this far because of all of you. That's why I wanted to thank you. I wasn't able to fight very well for a while, but because you all backed me up, I think I was able to make it through. So, thank you. I hope we can all continue on like this.
まあ、いろいろあったよね。
Yep!
ええ、それなのによく頑張ってると思いますわ。
I think you've had a lot happen is an understatement.
けど、無理しない方がええんとちゃう？今も本調子ってわけやないんやろ。
They were being so kind to me. I imagined they were thinking about the issue with Lise. That genuinely touched my heart, but I had to make it clear that I wasn't trying to get them to console me. I'll be fine. I can keep fighting. I did feel slightly worried when I noticed Haruka hadn't replied at all. Haruka is always pretty reserved, so I guess she wouldn't say anything. And thanks to you too, Haruka, I'm gonna keep doing my best. Yeah, the issue with Lise. Haruka finally looked at me when I addressed her directly, but there wasn't any sympathy in her gaze, only a cold, calm expression.
私は任務がうまくいくように最善を尽くしているだけ。お礼を言われるようなことはしていない。
Oh. Her words were calm and collected as usual. It was completely expected that she said that, but it still stung, even knowing all that. Yeah, Cody's expression always looks like she's looking at something horrible. And if the coldness in her eyes was nearly enough to make me feel dejected, her next words did the trick.
この際だから言っておくね。君はブルームズの仲間だけど、それだけの関係。懐かれても迷惑だから。
Oh. Her bluntness shocked me to the point where I couldn't say anything. Then she brushed past me and walked out of the command center. The brief happiness I'd felt during the mission had vanished completely. At that moment, I just regretted the way I'd phrased everything. Howdy broke the awkward silence.
あのさ、ショックかもしれないけど、はるかは前からああいう子だから気にしない方がいいよ。
Cody attempted to cheer me up, though she didn't say anything more.
じゃあ、お疲れ。
Cody said goodbye to us and then she also left the room. Senna, Mocha, and I were left with another awkward silence lingering between us.
香りの言う通り、はるかって誰にでもあんな感じですから、あなたのことが嫌いなわけじゃないと思いますわよ。そうそう、職人って感じ。任務が終わったらさっさと帰るとことか、無駄口叩かないとことか。一匹狼は違いますわね。香りとは仲がいいみたいですし。
Oh yeah.
あんたフォローする気あるん？傷口に塩塗り込んでんで。
I'll fix them all. They must have seen how down I was. I felt guilty. They were trying to make me feel better. I'm sorry for making you worry. I'll be fine. Believe me, I know. I knew that Haruka would respond that way if I thanked everyone out of the blue like that. Yep. I tried to force a smile, but it must have looked strained because the two of them still seemed concerned.
まあ何かあったら私が話を聞いてあげてもいいですわよ。
That'd be nice. Susanaka, don't say that with such a nice smile on your face.
うちも だから元気らしいや。
Yeah, maybe if we keep them, if we keep the villain and hero equal, maybe we become a psychiatrist.
Yeah, thanks. I'd had the impression we'd all gotten closer, but things were pretty awkward right now, and not just because of Haruka. It's my fault for having all these expectations. That was what occupied my thoughts as I returned to the dorm, still feeling downcast. I jumped into bed once I got to my room and felt like I never wanted to get up again. I know, the Bloom's members are basically my coworkers, not my friends. After losing Lise, I'd often be on my own at school. Hanging out with other people reminded me of Lise, so I kept my distance from them, which in turn made me lose a sense of belonging at school. Maybe that's why I subconsciously sought out the other members, to try and find a place where I belong. A part of me must have thought they'd treat me kindly if I said what I did. My naivety was so embarrassing when I thought of it that way. What was I expecting? Did I just want everyone to be nice to me? We were risking our lives, so hoping for a friendship like the one I had with Lise was unreasonable.
Yeah, she's so depressed.
Chatting about random things during break, cooking together, going into town together, that wasn't the type of relationship we had. Honey, you have PTSD. We were on the same team, that was all. Haruka was right. I thought maybe I could shake off my depressive mood by writing an email to Uncle Yashima. I gathered my bearings and went to the computer. I'll just make him worry if I write all this. I reread my message and thought it just made me sound pathetic. In the end, I deleted everything. Uncle Yashima was kind to me when Lise passed away. I'd chosen to move on with my life at the time, though he'd probably worry about me if he saw I was showing signs of regret again. Yeah. If only Lise could be here for me. I know I have no right to think that, but I can't help it.
Nope, not even that. I was the one who struck down Lise, so I didn't want to feel like I still needed something from her. And I hated how I continued to have such negative feelings. Yeah, muffin stuffin', muffin stuffin', muffin stuffin'!
But I couldn't find a way to pull myself up. All I could do was wallow in darkness.
Jiminy. Yeah, that's healthy. That's healthy. That's like the samurai flamenco guy who keeps his dead girlfriend's phone with him and constantly texts himself. He roleplays as his dead girlfriend, texting himself from her number.
The next day I went to school and simply sat in class, but I still felt tired.
ねえねえ、これ見て。え、やばい。超かっこいいね。
Everyone's so energetic. There hadn't been another Vector attack since that day, but we still had emergency evacuation drills pretty often. As more time passed, the Academy seemed to recover the lively atmosphere it previously had.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Nice. Of course, I know full well there are others who suffered a loss like me. I know they're trying their best to act cheerful. But no matter how much I thought that, whenever I see other people smile, I felt like I was being left further and further behind.
次移動だよな。視聴覚室って遠くね？俺西校舎だからもっと遠いし。つか、早くしないと遅れるってやばい！あと5分しかねえじゃん。うわ、本当だ。
Oh yeah, next classes are elective. I better go. I reluctantly exited the classroom. When I stepped into the hallway, I felt a comforting breeze from an open window. Yeah, I might feel better if I got outside instead of staying cooped up in a classroom. Maybe I should just skip this class. The next period was our last period of the day. I was getting sick of feeling so depressed and thought maybe some bold action was required. People will think I'm weird if I go back to the dorm at this time. Where else in the school can I kill some time?
すみません。
As I started to walk and think about where to go, someone called out from behind. Oh, I turned around and saw a neatly dressed girl who looked about middle school age. She looks all proper, but that's not her school uniform. I think that's the one from Cherrywood Academy.
Yeah, maybe we need to go in the cage. Yeah.
Yes, is something wrong? I replied to her immediately. It was unusual for someone from another school to visit here, but more than that, her gentle demeanor intrigued me.
私、応答学園2年の間宮律と申します。
Oh, hello! I'm glad you're able to stop by. This game is fucking wild and depressing. This is Ayumu's younger sister. Yeah.
生徒会の所用でこちらの学園の図書室を探しているのですが、場所がわからなくなってしまって。
Oh, she's also a member of the student council.
教えていただくことはできますか？お急ぎでなければでいいのですが。
She was probably being cautious because the other students were hustling past us. Her consideration made me like her more, and I gave her a genuine smile. I can take you to the library. I'm Prince Takanashi. Nice to meet you.
高梨さん、ありがとうございます。
The way she smiled and bowed was so cute. It felt as if she'd shine a light on my darkened heart. I just met someone new, so I thought I was feeling depressed. Though I was feeling depressed, I focused on helping guide her through the school. You're on the student council? You must be smart then.
いえ、そういうわけでは。でも、役員になったからには、しっかり務めを果たすべきだと思っています。
Oh, Wolf! I literally am almost done with all the candy that you gave me. Just now, though, I still have like 4 more ring pops to go. That candy lasted me a while. As we made our way to the library, we talked about how she was the second year at her middle school and how she was a member of her student council. She's being modest, but I'm sure she's smart if she's on the student council. It makes sense with how proper she seems too. Why are you going to the library? Don't you have one at Cherrywood Academy?
うちの学園の図書室を大幅にリニューアルすることになったんです。生徒会も蔵書の仕入れやレイアウトについて学園から意見を求められていて、関海高等学園は学園エリア内で最大規模の図書室をお持ちでしょ。だから参考にさせていただくために見学に来たんです。
I see, but you came alone?
Yeah.
この学園は規模が大きいですから、他の役員の方は気遅れしたようなんです。私は以前にも来たことがありましたので、先に一人で見学に行きますと立候補したんです。
She smiled as she explained everything. She seemed so mature for a middle schooler, and I could see why her student council trusted her to come alone. You really have it together, and you do give off the impression that you're smart.
いえ、そんな。私は他の生徒より尋ねやすいというのもあって。
Oh, yeah, she probably dies at the bad end.
What do you mean?
はい。実はここには兄が通っているんです。だから大丈夫だと思っただけなんです。
Double blessings. Something about how she was shy to mention her older brother felt a bit off to me. Oh, so your brother goes here? What year is he? I'm a second year. Oh, wait. I figured out what felt off. You said your last name was Mamiya. Are you Ayumu Mamiya's sister?
Yeah.
No!
兄は間宮歩です。こちらの生徒会長をしております。
I knew it! I haven't really talked to him before, but he's very popular. I get how his younger sister would be so put together.
お兄様のこと、そんな風に言ってもらえてとても嬉しいです。
Sweetheart, calm down. You are speaking yet pitches only dogs can hear you.
This time, her smile made her look more her age. She and her brother appeared to be quite close from the sound of things. He must be close with Ayumu. Maybe it'd be better for him to show you around.
それも考えたんですけど、その兄は忙しいと思ったので。
She looked a bit hesitant as she answered. It was difficult for me to imagine why that may be, since I didn't have any siblings, so I just took it at face value for the time being. It's true, he's usually busy. If that's the case, I can help you out if you'd like. You'll need to visit more, right? You can talk to me if you come again.
それは嬉しいお申し出ですけれど、本当にお言葉に甘えてもいいんでしょうか。
Wolf! Wolf! Thank you! Goodness! Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Candy. Oh, hi, Kika. You wanna come say hi to everybody? Well, hey. That's good enough for me. Wanna say hi to everybody? No, no. Ah! Oh, I'm sorry. She says, no, don't pick me up. How dare you pick me up, mother? Well, she was in my arms for a total of 2 seconds. And then she decided, fuck no, I hate this. Baby. I will give her pats when she comes back around. But yeah, thank you so much, Wolf. Thank you so much. Yeah, yeah, he's on my desk right now. He's on my desk right now, and he's happily looking over me. You guys can't see, but I'm holding him up to the camera. See? See? It's better with my tracking. I held him up to the camera. Her eyes lit up at my suggestion, and I smiled in response. Not at all. Oh, I should give you my contact information. Meow. It's been a while since someone redeemed the nya. Meow.
実は最初に声をかけさせていただいた時からもっとお話ししてみたいと思っていたんです。
This will definitely make your older brother like me.
優しそうな方だったから。
I'm friends with his sister.
私のことはぜひ名前で呼んでください。
Oh no.
仲良くしていただけたら嬉しいです。
Uh-oh. I took out my cell phone and she chatted away. Uh-oh.
What? Would you mind if I called you Rizzy? Huh?
嬉しい。相性ですね。そんな風に呼んでもらえるのって憧れでした。
You know what? It probably was something like りちゃん。
お名前で呼んでもいいでしょうか。
Like りちゃん。Like a cute nickname, but that doesn't translate well to English, so I guess they thought Rizzy was the next best thing. Okay, Riri would have been cuter. Riri would have been cuter and wouldn't have sounded as weird as Rizzy. Localizer, yeah. Not at all. Oh, and here we are at the library. I hadn't chatted with another girl around my age in a while, and I wish I could have stayed longer. But we arrived at the library, so I couldn't just hang around jabbering. I'll give you a quick tour of the inside, too. It's gigantic, so it's easy to get lost in.
ありがとうございます。お願いいたします。
I showed her around the library and then promised we'd meet when she visited again. I wrapped my ankle brace a little too tight there. Actually, it's way too fucking tight. It was great at the beginning, and now it's like, ugh, grody tight. Ugh. Yeah, so they prefer to be known the local Lizzie. Velcro noises? Yeah, unfortunately you're gonna get some Velcro noises as I... There we go. As I tighten this back up. The next day. I wonder if Rizzy's arrived yet. Rizzy had contacted me. Can we stop with this nickname? So I was hurrying down the hall to see her. We were gonna meet at the library today. I thought it might be faster if I cut through the courtyard. As I headed out, 2 people caught my eye. Oh, it's Rizzy and Ayumu. I moved a bit closer to them and saw Ayumu speaking intently to Rizzy.
次はいつ来るんだ。今度は僕の予定が空いている時に。もう少し前もって言ってくれれば。
Maybe they haven't talked in a while? I better not interfere. I thought it'd be better if I just went to the hallway. I just went to the library, so I decided to head back in the hallway, but Rizzy's eyes found mine right at that moment.
ちょうどよかったです。私も今図書室に向かおうとしていたんです。
Look, Lizzie, looking for Rizzy. Wanna put us in a tizzy.
Plushies, plushies, plushies. Plushie!
you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. This man is built kind of like a... He's very abdomen heavy. He's kind of barrel-like. Now that I really look at him, he doesn't have that kind of slutty little waist. He just looks like a chunk. What? What? Look at him! Tell me that man slutty little waist. Yeah. Also, here's your Rip Wolf. Hey, it's true. Have you guys not? Have you not seen that character trend where they're like, top tier character design, except it's just a man with a slutty waist? Or top tier character design, but it's just a character with white hair. Ada? Is it gonna play? Is it gonna play? That is some major delay. Here, Wolf, have your points back, because that did not play. That did not play at all. What the fuck? Of course, right after I give you your points back. Oh well, whatever. That's fine. What makes a waist slutty? That's a great question. That was extreme delay. Yeah, the trombonist was on break. They got the notification. Went, oh fuck, oh shit, and had to run back to their trombone. But I don't really know what fully makes a waist slutty. I don't know if my waist counts as slutty. Usually when they refer to waist as slutty, it's just like a thin waist. It's just someone with like an hourglass figure. And technically, I do kind of have an hourglass figure. But I was kind of expecting this man to have kind of a more of a tucked waist, but no, he's just chunk. He's a very rectangle. It might just be his jacket. Well, now that she's called out for me, I can't exactly ignore her. I'm gonna respond not to Yumu. No! I am hourglass. I can't give you guys my actual measurements, but it is 4, 3, 5. 4, 3, 5. I looked over to Ayumu after Rizzy called to me. He didn't seem very happy. Hey! Be nice to me! You... I'm not tiny in the slightest. That's the general gist of my proportions. Sir, what's our status? Affection went up, but he looks really pissed. Okay. I thought we were in the same grade. Though we were in the same grade, he was the student council president. It means that technically, when you distill my measurements, my shoulders, waist, hips, they are 4, 3, and 5. So, so my waist is 2 ticks smaller than my hips, and 1 tick smaller than my shoulders. My shoulders are kind of 1 tick smaller than my hips. Reduce the fraction. Yeah, exactly. I reduced the fraction. More or less. So I nodded to him out of politeness for responding to Rizzy. Yeah, that's why Kent loves me. Hey, Rizzy. In sharp contrast to Rizzy, who was smiling brightly, Ayumu was obviously in a bad mood. Here, you know what? Fuck it. You're gonna make me do this. I'm bringing out paint again. I'm bringing out paint. So, basically, my body size goes boop, boop, boo. Boop, boo, boo. 4, 3, 5. It just means so there's your pick. It just means that technically, if you liked all the measurement numbers, if you distill them down into their smallest numbers, it's 435. Basically, my waist. I'm just drawing weird trapezoidal shapes. Yeah. No, I'm not small. I'm not small, but I do have a nice curt little waist. There, that's all you get. I'm not giving you guys my actual fucking measurements, but that's the 435. In sharp contrast to Rizzy, who was smiling brightly, Ayumu was obviously in a bad mood. Maybe it's because I interrupted their conversation, but I didn't expect him to get so obviously angry. Yeah, technically those are kind of my 3 sizes. Except it's not bust. Usually 3 sizes are like bust, hip, bust, waist, hip. Yeah, the gayest of all shapes. Mine are shoulders, waist, hips. I thought he was more the type to not show his emotions. Ayumu had always felt unapproachable to me for various reasons, but now he was giving off an extremely overbearing vibe. I thought it would be best just to leave, but Ayumu spoke up just then.
リス、この人と知り合いなの?
Yeah.
昨日、図書室まで案内していただいたんです。これからも力になるって言ってくださって、連絡先も教えてくださったんですよ。
Rizzy cheerfully explained the situation to her brother, which made him frown even more. Geometry, the sluttiest form of math.
Yeah, and you'll never get it. Because there is no way that I am putting... The only way you could possibly, in the slightest way, think about getting it is if I put, like, stuff up on throne, and I would never do that.
案内が必要ならどうして僕を呼ばなかった？困ったことになったら僕を呼べっていつも言っているだろう。
Excuse me, sir. You don't need to know that. What? Why does it matter?
リツが呼ぶならどんな予定が入っていようと優先するに決まっているんだから。
またそんなことを言って。前からお伝えしていますけれど、お兄様は私に構いすぎです。
Well, I'm completely flat on this model. Rizzy had been smiling the whole time, but she began to look irritated after Ayumu said that. I guess even someone like Rizzy could get into an argument with her brother. No! It was admirable the way she stood up to her brother, but then things escalated from there.
私、この方と仲良くなったんです。ですからこれからも案内をお願いしたり、お話ししたりするつもりです。
You're good. Yeah, whether or not my outfit has the boob toggles. So far, only one outfit has boob toggles. Oh, Rizzy, you might just dip.
仲良くなったって?
Rizzy, you might just dip my grave. Ayumu glared at me again, and I started to shrink back, but then he swung his gaze back to Rizzy and reluctantly agreed.
リツがそう思っているなら
Sir!
いいと思うよ。僕が反対する理由もないしね。
Sir! Oh good, I was worried he was going to tell her not to be friends with me or something. But my relief didn't last that long. Ayumu's eyes flicked towards me again. Yes, we just called her Rizzy in front of him.
君、2年の高梨さんだよね。
Yeah, we literally were in the same, we went to the same field trip together. We were in the same field trip group.
That's me.
リツがここまで言っているし、僕からも君に頼むよ。妹でも何かあったら僕をすぐに呼んで。リツが困ったことになるなら放っておけないからね。
I understand. Despite his politeness, I couldn't tell by the look in his eyes that he's not happy. They say eyes are the windows to the soul, after all.
リツ、くれぐれも無理はしないで。本当に遠慮しないで僕を。
わかりましたから、早く行ってくださいな。
No!
生徒会のお仕事があるんでしょ？
No!
ああ、まあね。でも心配くらいはさせてくれ。遅い時間までここにいるつもりだろ。それなら寮に送るから。用事が済んだら連絡をして。
Do they not live together?
君からも連絡をするように言ってもらえると助かるよ。
Jeez, he's a very overwhelming big brother.
He addressed that last bit to me, but he didn't sound as overbearing as before. I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. He is probably just worried about Rizzy being in an unfamiliar place. I happily obliged. Yeah, I wouldn't be down for having relations with a girl. Because I'm not interested in girls. The science doesn't matter. I'm not interested in girls. I am interested in sizable offsprings. Kent did open my eyes to that, I say, as if I haven't been interested in sizable offsprings before. There are many men that I'd be like, yeah, alright, Kuya! I saw Kuya before I saw Kent. Well, no, never mind. No, but I knew Kuya before I knew Kent. I decided to give... Oh, yeah. You can count on me. I'll be with her until you come pick her up, so you have nothing to worry about.
そうだね。そうしてもらえるかな。
You seem persuaded enough by what I said, but I could tell he was still concerned. Ayumu hesitated as if he were reluctant to leave.
ほら、お兄様。生徒会の方々が待っているんじゃありませんか？
ああ。じゃあ、本当に気をつけるんだぞ。高梨さん、お願いします。
He impressed this upon me one last time before he finally departed. He really does care about you, Rizzy. I'd found Ayumu pretty overwhelming, so I couldn't help but let out a sigh now that it was just Rizzy and me. She also heaved a sigh before we resumed our conversation.
お兄様はとても心配性なんです。もう少し私のことを信用してくださってもいいのに。
Could have fooled me. Is there a Otome game where you can get the love interest pregnant? Well, not an Otome game, but there's a dating sim game. That wouldn't surprise me if there would be a dating sim game where you get the female love interest pregnant. It's not that he doesn't trust you. I think he's just worried. You are siblings after all. If I was your sister, I'd probably be just as worried. Xenoblade Chronicles 2! Did I miss something? I haven't played Xenoblade, but I was not aware that there was getting people pregnant in Xenoblade. There is, wait, no, it's like, there's a game. Yes, okay. Buffy! Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid! Hello! Hello, raiders! Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm Prince, I'm Prince, the third prince of the magical Melrosea Kingdom. I'm a variety streamer who loves cute things and cute boys. I mostly play RPGs, otomes, and other story-heavy games, though I will play just about anything I get my hands on. Yes, hello! Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Buffy. It really means a lot to me. We are... Hey. We are currently playing an Otome game called Paradigm Paradox. Aww, thank you guys. This is... We're not very far in. This is literally my first stream of this game. This is an otome about magical girls, magical boys, and, terrifying psychological and philosophical questions. Aw, thank you, Buffy. I mean so much. Wolf, you literally just bought me snacks and a plushie. But oh yes, we do have exclamation point commands. Yeah, this game opened up with the main character asking, is there such a thing as as good or evil? Does right or wrong even exist? Wolf! Wow, thank you. Everybody's so nice to me. Where was I going? I was going here, okay. Because it's commands. There we go. I don't know how to fix that. Oh, I may just take it off, because I haven't figured out how to fix it. But yes, we do have commands. We have fun commands such as tip, lurk, social wish list, welcome people stamps. Oh yes, we do have daily Toebean stamps. For 1 Melorosia coin, you can claim your daily Toebean stamp. Yeah? I've heard a lot about, No! It's still broken for you! Aw, I thought they said they'd fixed a lot of it, but apparently they didn't. But also, we do now have merch! Huh, weird. We do have merch too, so if you're interested in that, there are a few cute stickers up. Oppa! You're good. Honestly, I don't know how the watch time really ends up working, because it works for some things and it doesn't for others. Some people it likes, other people it doesn't. So weird. I tried to console her, and Rizzy gave me a small smile.
あなたの言う通りだったらいいんですけど。でもやっぱり心配しすぎな気がしているんです。
Yeah. Wolf! Wolf! You! Here, I'm a bop you. It's a love bop. Yeah, you also did seduce Atam Yatan into liking you. Are they being silly? I do like myself the homosexual underground. I have no idea. Volume mixer. Thought I made my... I don't know. I'll see if that helped at all. I don't have any brothers or sisters, so I can only imagine what it'd be like. Who knows how it really is? It'd be nice to have family who worried about me, though I guess it could also feel like a weight on your shoulders. Yeah? I only know a little bit about Disco Elysium because I watched a friend play like 5 or 10 minutes of it. Yeah. Hell yeah! Homosexual underground numbers represent! Well, yeah, Phantom. Yeah. Alright. I'll look into it. I'll look into nabbing it. Yeah? I don't think I've bought it yet. I thought about how I didn't want Uncle Yashima to worry about me, but that was a bit different. One thing was for certain, Ayumu didn't treat Ritsu like he treated everyone else. You still have to wait until I get the art. Oh, it's only $10? Oh, there's another game I need to nab on stream, another otome. Steam. I need to nab, so maybe I'll get that one too. I haven't interacted with him much before, but I know he usually has a nice smile for everyone. Okay, thank you so much for stopping by, Buffy. I really appreciate it.
That sounds great.
Wow, thank you so much, whoever gifted that sub.
Yeah, there likely is... Someone has likely, personified, like, Marxism and capitalism and all that stuff, and they're like, here, you can date him.
But his expression from earlier was different. Oh my gosh, Buffy! Wolf!
Yeah, I got worried for all that.
But his expression with earlier was different. I remember how he was clearly irritated and even openly glared at me. Maybe he wants me to stay away from his sister? But it's not like I'm trying to do anything. Is that how all siblings act? No. I can say that for certain. Somebody talks to my little Earth brother. I don't act like that, but... maybe I take that back, because that is kind of a little bit how my big brothers act. My thoughts returned to the question of siblings again. I was just going around in circles. But I did consider that their relationship might be a bit special, even for siblings. Ritsu spoke up then, interrupting my thoughts. We didn't call her Ritsu? Rizza? Whatever we gave her nickname? Rizzy?
それより、私、図書室の蔵書について聞きたいことがあったんです。付き合っていただけたら嬉しいんですけれど。
Alright, let's talk about library collections, babe. Yes, I did accidentally cockblock a whole man without knowing. I didn't realize anything was going on until literally like a year or two later. When I told the story to my friend. And she looked at me and said, Prince, wow.
Sure, I don't know how much help I'll be, but I'm happy to go with you. I gave up trying to figure out their sibling dynamic since I had no way of really knowing. Instead, I decided to just enjoy my time with Rizzy.
Yeah, you know, I'm probably leaving a trail of broken-hearted people behind me because I just, like, it just goes straight over my head. I'm just like, huh? What? All right, let's go hang out with Rizzy. Oh, that was the guy that was asking me, the guy who thought I was 30. That's the guy who thought I was 30. But yeah, no, that was the guy who thought I was 30, invited me to get drinks, and then when I was like, oh, I'm not old enough to drink yet, he literally freaked out and was like, how old are you? Yeah. No, he thought I was 30. He thought I was in my early 30s. Yeah, we were talking because he was a classmate, and he was like, do you want to get a drink? Because there was, they were having like a cocktail tasting in my college building. I don't know why. But he's like, do you want to come get a drink with me? And I was like, oh, sorry, I'm too young to drink. Or I'm not old enough to drink. And he was like, how old are you? And I was like, oh, I'm 19. And I watched his face go white as a sheet. And then I was like, how old did you think I was? And he's like, I thought you were in your early 30s. Like me. To which I laughed. I was like, oh, no, I'm not. And then I don't remember anything that happened afterwards, except he left, and then I never talked to him again. Because he never talked to me again. I am very tall. And I'm apparently very mature. people don't think I'm 25. But then again, they've always thought I was way older than I actually was. All right. I hear and see ya. Taxes are the only god you need. Making me say weird shit. Yeah. A few days later, Rizzy and I had become good friends, so we started hanging out more often, regardless of whether she needed help or not. Uh-oh. Why are we hanging with his sister more often? Rizzy told me she was coming to the academy again today for her student council duties, so we promised to meet up and chat. Yeah, that's my fan service voice. Fan service voice.
Cutesy voice?
And my my normal register. Yeah, maybe she could upgrade to a better nickname.
No! Why would you do that to me? Only cutesy voice. Okay, let me set my timer. Ba 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 ba. Alright, we're going. Wait, no! Singing and cutesy voice! Well, we're kind of depressed cause our friend died, but that's okay, we made a new friend. Turns out that she is the sister of the guy that we're heading to romance, and that's a little weird. Rizzy loves cutesy voice. Ugh. I never thought I'd have another girlfriend I could talk with, so I very much looked forward to our meeting. I'm glad I don't think of her like a replacement for Lise. She's actually a new friend. Oh, honey, you didn't even have to bring that up. Unlike before, some other members from Rizzy's student council were visiting the academy too, so I had some time to kill before they were done. Yeah, I guess. It's a bit early, but maybe I should go to the library. I can read a book while I wait for her. I just started off towards the library when I noticed a commotion in front of me.
今日の調理実習で作ったんです。よかったら食べてもらえませんか？
Howie! Hello, Howie. Oh god, yeah, Rizzy's gonna fucking die. Uh-oh, it's probably the student. It's probably a Yumu.
私のクッキーも受け取ってください。
みんなありがとう。
Yep.
全部いただくよ。
This one's fucking weird, Howie. This one, it opens up with philosophical questions. Does right or wrong even exist? What do they mean? What do they mean to you? And now, we're basically... but yeah, we're, I named this stream as a joke. Become Meguka, joking about, joking about Puella Madoka, Magica. And it turns out it's a little more on the nose than I would like.
嬉しいです。あ、じゃあ来週の調理実習で作るのも持ってきていいですか？
We did also find out that the evil villain things that we fight are actually just people.
ずるい。私のも食べてください。
So there's a lot of ethical and moral dilemmas in this game too.
うん。
Yeah.
もちろんだよ。
Ayumu was at the center of the kerfuffle. The girls had made sweets in home ec and had stopped to give him some. Wow, he's so popular. The girls blocked all the hallway as they gathered around Ayumu. I knew I'd feel guilty pushing them aside, so I ducked behind a pillar out of the way. I'm sure they'll be done soon, so I'll just hang out here. But still, he's completely different than he was with Rizzy. Maybe it's because they're family. Maybe that's how he really is. Ayumu was perfectly pleasant when speaking with the girls, but his face was inscrutable. I remembered how overbearing he'd been with me. He showed me an entirely different side of himself. I wonder if that's his real personality.
それじゃあ僕はもう行くよ。
はい、お話できて嬉しかったです。生徒会のお仕事頑張ってください。
ありがとう。みんなは気をつけて帰ってね。
はい。さようなら。
Ayumu started walking, and the girls went off in the opposite direction. Soon, he and I were the only ones left in the hallway. Oh fuck, whoops. He doesn't seem to realize I'm here, so it'll be awkward if he finds me. I hope not. Wait, is he coming towards me? What do? I'm about to go see Rizzy, so maybe I should just come out and say hi. I was still waffling over whether to greet him when I noticed he'd stopped in a peculiar place just a little bit away. What's he doing? Staring in a corner in the hallway? He stopped smiling, which wasn't unusual because there wasn't anyone around anyway. But, oh, blessings. But it wasn't just that he'd stopped smiling. It was almost as if he had a cold-hearted look about him. Is he looking at that trash can? Is he seriously going to... Mamiya glanced down at his hand once before walking towards the trash can with purpose. What are you doing? Before I knew it, I'd stopped out and moved towards him. He looked incredibly surprised, which told me he didn't think anyone was watching. But his chilly expression returned immediately.
何って、ゴミを捨てようとしただけだよ。
He saw some food in there? No! Trash. But aren't those the sweets those girls gave you? How can you call them trash? Oh, he's gonna throw them away. I'd expected him to say something harsh, but actually hearing those cruel words made me speak with more force than intended. He's secretly a raccoon? Yeah. He didn't flinch, however, and simply looked down at me with contempt.
僕がこれをゴミ扱いすることと君に。だいたい君はここで何をしていたんだ？
You were kind of in the fucking middle of the road,
もしかして
asshole.
僕が彼女たちと話しているのをずっと
Well, I mean...
言い返せないということは
Hi, baby.
図星なんだね。
I'm not a raccoon. I mean, true.
人のことをこそこそと覗き見していた君にとやかく言われる筋合いはないよ。
Wasn't trying to fucking spy on you. He was right that I've been eavesdropping, and I couldn't come up with a snappy retort. I stayed quiet, thinking he was done talking, but then Ayumu opened the trash can lid. Oh no, you don't! Not on my watch! My buddy lunged forward before I could say anything, and I grabbed Mamiya's arm to stop him.
どういうつもりだ？君には関係ないと言ったはずだけれど、聞こえなかったのか？
He shot me an icy glare and I rinsed, but I decided to say what was on my mind since I had already come this far. So here's our status. Currently... Action. Well, we didn't, like, try to push through. We did kind of step aside and listen. It does concern me. I'm Rizzy's fan after all.
へえ。
Well, that's not the right one then. You didn't have to be so mean. Okay, apparently that was right. You didn't have to be so mean about it.
へえ。僕に意見する人間がいるとは思わなかったな。それじゃあ、一応君の意見を聞かせてもらおうか。
Yeah. Anger bubbled up inside me because he was so clearly making fun of me, but I tried to quell those emotions, yeah. Hey? I might be prying, but I can't allow you to waste food that someone gave you. Those girls gave you those sweets because they wanted you to be happy. Are you just gonna toss out their feelings too? I chose my words as calmly as I could, but they didn't seem to faze Ayumu at all.
僕が好きになってくれと頼んだわけじゃないよ。好意を持ったのも、プレゼントしてきたのも、彼女たちの勝手だ。
Germany Christmas.
自己満足みたいなものだよ。笑顔でプレゼントを受け取った時点で、僕は求められた役割を果たした。
Re-gift it. Or, if you're so dead set on throwing them away, throw them out of your goddamn house.
役割を果たした後で、
Oh, yeah.
もらったものをどうしようと、僕の勝手だろ。
Yeah. I was shocked by how coldly he described it. I didn't know what else I could say, but I still tried to convince him. Ayumu, you're so kind to Rizzy. How could you do something so cruel? Aren't you able to show others just a little bit of the same kindness? Ayumu looked at me with intense contempt. I'd never seen such a level of loathing before.
何を言うかと思えば、ずいぶんバカなことを言うね。どうしてリツと他の人間を同じように扱わなければいけないんだ？
I'm really worried we're about to run into some siscon here. I'm really worried. Wait. Did I forget to hit go on the timer? I started to set the timer and then I didn't hit go. I think I've done cutesy voice for long enough. Elena, are you okay if I stop cutesy voice? Yeah-oh. Yeah-oh.
It's been way longer than 5 minutes? Oh, fuck. Oh, wow. It's been 8! Shit! Oh, shoot. It literally says 8 minutes ago. Well, I got that turnaround in time.
リツは僕にとって大事な妹で特別な存在だ。
Yeah, there's the
他の人
syscon.
間と比べること自体馬鹿げているよ。
He honestly appeared mystified as he tore apart what I'd said, but then he followed up with something even more outrageous.
それで君はリツの何なの？
Sister complex? He likes his sister a little more than a sister. He's turning into it. I'm her friend. Rizzy already told you that. Anger started to come through my voice, but Ayumu just scoffed.
リツの言った言葉ならもちろん覚えているに決まっている。
What the fuck is your problem?
でも君がリツの友達にふさわしいかどうかは僕が決めさせてもらうよ。
That is not how that works. Not in the slightest. Excuse me?
そして僕は君のことを認めないことにした。今後はリツのそばにいることを禁止する。
Elida! Jiminy! He declared all this as if it were a done deal. I was so taken aback that I needed to clarify what he said. Huh? What are you even saying?
君はリツの友達なんかじゃない。この僕が認めないって言っているんだよ。
Did you ask me to look after her the other day? I asked that to confirm what he said before, but Ayumu had apparently changed his mind. Don't get close to Rizzy, it'll send Ayumu into a tizzy.
あの時とは状況が変わった。こうなった以上、君をリツに近づけるわけにはいかなくなったよ。
What's that supposed to mean?
君は今、自分が何をしているのか分かっているのかな？
What the fuck are you talking about, sir? After he said that, I glanced down and realized I was still holding onto Ayumu's arm.
まったく忌々しいな。
What? I gasped and loosened my grip, and Ayumu jerked his arm away.
こんなそやなことをするやつをリツの友達だなんて僕は絶対に認めない。
Yeah, he slapped our arm away.
君と一緒にいることで万が一あの子が君のようにな
He
ったら
slapped our hand away from his arm.
考えただけでゾッとするよ。
It was true that grabbing his arm suddenly was rude, but I thought what he was doing was even worse. I was about to progress, but his gaze turned so sharp that I just tensed up. Instead.
君にははっきり言わないと伝わらなそうだから言わせて。二度とリツに近づくな。
We don't know.
これはお願いじゃなくて命令だよ。
We don't know if he's a syscon.
もし破ったら
That is just the vibes that I'm getting. What happens then?
そこまで言わなければわからないなら君は本当に愚かだと思うよ。
Yeah, his voice oozed with pity, and I found I was speechless again. He must have thought things were settled, seeing how I didn't say anything back.
いいか、二度と近づくなよ。
He reiterated that once more before brusquely taking his leave. Don't go near her, but I was about to meet Rizzy right now. I was completely gobsmacked that he just forbade me to. But soon the shock subsided and rage began to overtake me. Sure, the way I handled that wasn't ideal, but Ayumu was totally in the wrong here. I understood his logic, but that didn't make it right to waste food and disregard someone's thoughtfulness. I thought about how he would keep on doing things like that. As long as he keeps that smile on his face, people won't know what he's really like. That's terrible. He just pretended to be friendly. Even though he should just refuse gifts that he doesn't want, it doesn't make any sense why he tried to trick everyone.
Oh, thank you, Holly. I'm out of water. Whoops. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna go fill up my water cup. Yes, we had him pegged, and we had the other chem teacher. Yeah, we had the chem teacher pegged. Was the other person.
I certainly don't need his permission to be Rizzy's friend. Rizzy should be the one to decide who her friends are.
The more my anger grew, the less I cared about what our student council president thought about me. Yeah, we when we met him, we said I had him pegged for a
X, Y, and Z person. I don't remember what it was. I wanted to be friends with Rizzy, not him, so there was no reason to worry about having his approval or not. I decided that as long as Rizzy wanted to be friends, I'd keep hanging out with her. And with that, I headed towards the library. Okay, I have to freaking take my ankle brace off. No, not the sex thing. They're just joking to make it so. Okay, I'm sorry that it's still on the freaking running noises, but I have to take my freaking brace off. It is now hurt. It is now uncomfortable. Oh. All right. We ran for a really long time. The library was on the other side of the building. I continued to talk to Rizzy even after Ayumu told me to stay away. Yeah. At first, I suggested hanging out in places where I knew he wouldn't see me, but since he hadn't said anything more, I'd gotten a bit bolder recently. It's alright, I just got here. Your classes went longer than usual, huh?
進路説明会があったんです。と言っても、エスカレーター式で後頭部に上がるので、選択コースについての説明だけなのですけれど。
I see, so you're going to Cherrywood for high school too.
はい。私はこちらの学園にも興味があったのですが、お兄様がダメだというので。
Why? Maybe it's because we're co-ed. Cherrywood Academy is an all-girls school after all. I had a feeling that was the reason, just based on observing how much Ayumu doted on Rizzy. Speaking of which, have you gotten the library remodel figured out? Yeah.
十分見学させていただきましたし、生徒会内でも話し合って学園側に意見をあげました。
That's great, but is it okay for you to still come and see me? I mean, I'm happy about it, but what about your other friends? I imagined Rizzy was popular, but she never mentioned any of their friends when we talked. It seemed strange to me, so I decided to ask her about it. Rizzy's expression turned gloomy then.
お友達はいるのですけれど、気軽にお話できるような方はあまりいなくて。皆さんなぜか私に対して敬語でお話しされますし、
Oh, they use Keigo.
嫌われているわけではないと思うのですけれど、壁を
Okay, madam, your voice is way too loud. Okay. Yeah, Lisa was the only happy girl in all of Theta. Have your friends met your brother, perchance? I asked because I had a bad feeling about what was going on. Rizzy immediately nodded.
もちろん。お兄様がお友達ができたら必ず会わせるようにというので、昔からそうしています。
So, oh, I see. I knew firsthand what kind of things Ayumu would say to Rizzy's other friends. I doubt he'd tell the others to stay away like he did. Well, maybe he would. Yeah, she does seem like the type to get a little gokigenya. Yeah, interesting. He probably would tell them not to be a bad influence or not to hang out with her without his permission. If that was the case, then even if they didn't end up resenting her, I'm sure they'd want to distance themselves from her brother. I'd been imagining what kind of things he would probably said when Rizzy spoke up. I could sense a reluctance in her voice.
実は私、生徒会の用事が終わっていることをお兄様には言っていないんです。
Well, yeah, he would.
言ったら、ここに来ることを禁止される気がして。でも、ここに来られなくなったら、あなたとお話できなくなってしまうでしょ。せっかくお友達になれたのに、そんなの嫌です。
Yeah, wow.
だから、黙っていてもらえないでしょうか。
Don't worry, I don't talk to your brother.
本当は生徒会の用事はもう終わっているんだってことを。
He hates me. I was overjoyed to hear she wanted to keep hanging out, so I readily agreed to her request. I'd be sad if I couldn't see you again too. I won't say a word to Ayumu. You don't have to worry about that.
よかった。もし私の嘘がバレてしまったとしても、絶対にご迷惑はおかけしないようにしますね。私のわがままで付き合わせていたんだってちゃんとお話ししますから。
Oh no, you don't have to. I'll fight Ayumu. I'll fight him! What? I'll fight Ayumu if it ever comes to that.
戦うだなんて面白いことを言いますね。
I think we might actually... Oh, that would be really rude to your brother, sorry. I'd said that because I already felt antagonistic towards him, but quickly apologized because it wasn't right to say that about a friend's family member. No, we don't. But Rizzy just smiled and went along with it.
いいえ、お兄様って頑固なところがありますもの。私も戦うくらいの覚悟でお話しします。
Oh my goodness.
Rizzy might say that, but little does she know the first round of fighting's already happened. Hearing about her friends made me think of what passed between Ayumu and me, but I didn't tell Rizzy about it. I had wondered whether I should tell her that he'd ordered me to stay away, but I thought it would hurt her if I did, so I decided to just keep quiet about it. When we're talking like this, I can tell that she really loves her brother. And it would definitely make her sad if she found out he was saying all these things to her friends behind her back. Thinking about it made me furious at him all over again. What Ayumu's doing can't be good for Rizzy, but when Rizzy does find out, she'll be hurt. Well, yeah, there's no good way to deal with the situation. We continued chatting and time flew by. Eventually the school bell rang, making us realize how late it gotten.
そろそろ帰らないといけませんね。
You're right. Is Ayumu coming to pick you up?
図書室にいると伝えてあるので、私は一旦図書室に行こうかと。
So, you know, Felina, about how you were saying that Rizzy might die? I feel Rizzy's gonna die. We're already on 2-1? This might not be as terribly long as I think it is. But I don't know. Oh god.
That means vectors have appeared. It's the first time they'd shown up during the day since that one fateful attack. I felt my stress increase with every second the alarm blared. We have to stay indoors. Going outside is dangerous.
学園に残っている生徒は至急建物の中に避難してください。
We heard an announcement urging all students to shelter inside the buildings. I need to get to command center, but I can't just leave Rizzy here. She wasn't from our school, so I'm sure she would be even more worried if left on her own.
Okay. Aye aye, Captain. As I thought about it, I remembered Ayumu. Uh-oh, we can't shove her off on Ayumu. He's got other stuff to do too. That's right, Rizzy. Let's go to the library. It's pretty large, so it'll be safer than being out in the hallway. Ayumu might already be there. You told him you'd be at the library, right?
そうですね。
Yeah.
もしかしたら先に着いてしまったかもしれません。
Time for deep voice prints. Then let's hurry. I took Rizzy's hand and we hurried over to the library. When we got to the library, we saw a few other students who looked worried, but Ayumu wasn't anywhere to be found. What do I do? There's a chance he's further in looking for Rizzy, but I don't have time to find him. I knew the best thing for me to do would be to go out and fight the Vectors. I couldn't waste any more time here.
もしかしたらお兄様は奥の方にいるのかも。私見てきますね。
Rizzy's suggestion came at the perfect time, so I went along with it. Yeah, they turned Rizzy into a soft bloody spot on the floor. Then I'll go check outside the library just in case. There's a chance he missed you.
でも外は危ないのでは。
Rizzy was clearly worried about me, so I quickly tried to assuage her fears. I won't leave the building. Besides, I'll be right back. You should stay here.
そんな。やっぱり心配ですから。私も一緒に行きます。
Yeah. I thought you wanted to look for your brother here. Look, even if he hasn't come yet, you have to stay put. I'll be fine. I'll be back in a jiff, so don't worry about me. I attempted to reassure her again. Rizzy agreed, despite still looking concerned.
わかりました。私はここにいます。くれぐれも気をつけてくださいね。
I will. I better hurry. I dashed off to the command center, thinking there was a good chance I'd be the last one to arrive. Sorry I'm late. When I arrived, I saw Kaori, Senna, Mocha, Ryo, and the commander. Oh, where's Haruka? I thought I'd be the last one, but I didn't see Haruka anywhere.
まだ来てない。こんなこと珍しいけど。
Haruka was usually the first to arrive for missions, so it was surprising for her to be even later than me.
この足跡来たんやない？
Right as Mocha said that, Haruka burst into the room. Immediately upon entering, Haruka scanned the room as if she looked for someone. Her eyes stopped when they fell on me. What's wrong? I felt the air go tense as Haruka approached me in silence. I'd asked her what was wrong, but it felt like she hadn't heard me.
君、今までどこにいたの？誰かと一緒だった？
Why are you asking? I know I was late too, but...
いいから。
She seemed so panicked, I thought I should tell her the truth. I was with my friend Rizzy. I brought her to the library and then came here. Haruka was so relieved when I said that she dropped to her knees.
図書室。そう。よかった。
You're good. Haruka, are you alright? I crouched down to help her up, but Haruka glared sharply at me. You're good. Haruka is another VTuber. Is the name of another VTuber. Wait, why is she glaring at me? I had no idea what was going on, but I didn't pull my hand back. Then the commander called out to us.
そろそろいい？準備ができたらすぐに出てくれ。避難は完了してるはずだけど、害獣は居住エリアまで入り込んでるみたいだ。
Right, we'll leave immediately. We had no time to waste if the vectors had already made it to the residential district. I didn't understand what was going on with Haruka, but I just tried to focus on the mission as all of us moved out. Jiminy Christmas. There were no people on the streets since everyone had already evacuated, but more than a dozen vectors were prowling around like they owned the place.
通りで戦うと街への影響が大きくなりそうだね。
That's a
一
lot
旦
of
外
them.
壁付近まで追い立てよう。
了解。
We followed Kaodi's directions and drove the vectors to the outer wall. There, we worked together to coordinate our attacks.
このまま一気に倒しましょう。
そうですわね。今ならやれそうですわ。
Yeah, magical prince mode. We just need to join together. This is where we're going to cast Augment on everyone. In that case, I'll cast Augment on all of you. We should be able to take them out quickly if your attack power is boosted.
いいね。それで行こう。
I got Kaodi's approval and everyone gathered around me. I concentrated and cast Augment on each of them. That should do it.
よっしゃ、やったる。
Mocha took the lead and sprinted towards the enemy, while the others followed, taking the offensive together. Yeah. We've gotten just about all of them. I saw there were only a few vectors left, so I took a slight breather. Alright, I'll get that one next. When I took aim and stepped forward, I felt something hit me from the side. Ugh! I've been concentrating on the vector in front of me, so getting hit unexpectedly from the side made me stumble and lose my balance. I guess. A vector! I quickly tried to regain my composure and look see what hit me, but all I saw was Haruka. Haruka?
ぼさっとしないで。次、前から来る。
Uh-oh. I looked at and saw the vector I'd been aiming at earlier barreling towards me. Sorry. I apologized to Haruka since she'd warned me, but the whole situation felt off. I think Haruka's psychokinesis hit me earlier. Does that mean I was accidentally in Haruka's range? But were there even any vectors there? It was all terribly confusing and I wanted to figure it out, but I realized I should first do something about the vector heading my way. Huh? I dodged as the vector swung at me, then moved into close range so I could strike its torso. I boosted my punch with psychokinesis, causing the vector to stagger. Oh. Well, that's done, but I'm fine staying in this register for a bit longer. That's it, one more strike and it's done for. I moved into attack before the vector could right itself, but I was then hit by a sudden impact from behind. What? The impact wasn't that powerful, so I wasn't really hurt, but it didn't make me pitch forward.
邪魔。
Huh? So it was Haruka? Haruka spat out those words as she passed by. I lay on the ground, unable to get up. She easily finished off the vector I'd been fighting. Hey, Haruka, was I in the way of your attack or something? You could have just told me. I would have moved. I tried to be diplomatic, but Haruka wasn't having any of it.
言わないとわからないなんて無能だね。
Excuse me? There were no two ways about it. Haruka attacked me both times on purpose.
こっちも倒し終わった？今司令から連絡が来て、
Yeah, that'd be
コロニー内
cool.
に害獣はいないから引き上げ。
わかった。
Haruka was just about to go and leave me, or so I should call to her. Haruka, wait! But she completely ignored me and continued walking.
はるかと何かあったの？
Kaori noted that Haruka wasn't acting like she usually did, but I couldn't explain it myself. I don't know what's going on. I have to talk to Haruka about it. The commander and Ryo left right after our post-mission meeting, and the rest of us started packing up our things to head home. I decided now was the time to ask Haruka about earlier, so I rushed over to talk to her before she left. Hey, Haruka, what you did earlier was on purpose, wasn't it? Why would you do that? I blocked Haruka's path and confronted her, a hostile tone entering my voice. That was enough to get her to finally look at me. But I didn't understand her response.
近づくなって。
What do you mean by that? I'd heard those words recently. In fact, I remember the incident so clearly, but I couldn't forget, but Yumu had said them. I stayed silent, unable to figure out why Haruka would say that. She continued.
任務の前に一緒にいたのはマミやリツだよね。
Yeah, what about it? How does Haruka know about Rizzy? Is it because I mentioned her earlier? I don't know. But I called her Rizzy then. Does that mean Haruka knows her? But Ritsu said I was the only one who called her Rizzy. There was only one other person who would know about her nickname. But when I tried to find a connection between that person and what just happened, it seemed so unbelievable. My thoughts ground to a halt. No way, but Though I was confused, I remember how Haruka had said, I told you to stay away with that icy glare. That expression was too much like his. Could it really be?
何？喧嘩でもしたん？そういえば、任務の最中も何か話してませんでした？
Moka and Seta came over to us when they saw how tense things were, but right when I turned my attention to them, Haruka left the room. Wait! I had to know if my theory was true. I rushed out after Haruka. Sena, Moka, sorry, I'll see you later. I chased after Haruka, but found I couldn't reach up to her. If it's what I suspect, she's hurrying because she's worried about Rizzy. I bolted up the stairs to the prep room while undoing my transformation. I went to the chem lab into the hallway and finally saw what I was looking for. Ayumu, please wait. He glanced over at me, but quickly turned away and continued right down the hall. I had no intention of letting my question go unanswered, so I ran up and grabbed his arm. Yeah. Please, just hold on. He couldn't ignore me now that I had grip on his arm. Ayumu finally turned to look at me.
リツのところに行きたい。急いでいるんだ。
He was obviously irritated with me, but I also could hear the worry in his voice. I loosened my grip to get him to calm down before I continued. Rizzy's in the library. I asked her to wait for me there, and she's not the type to break a promise, right?
当然だ。リツは約束を破ったりしない。
Yeah.
それに、無茶をするような子じゃ
We're
ない。
actually pretty smart in this game, despite being horribly depressed.
でも、自分の目であの子の無事を確かめないと。
I know, but please just give me a few minutes. I have to ask you something.
聞きたいこと？
He was beginning to calm down, so I decided to just go for it and ask what I want to know. Are you Haruka? I still have my doubts, but Ayumu nodded at once. Okay, well, he's not hiding it. That's a surprise.
ああ、そうだ。
So you really are her. I didn't think it was possible, but he admitted it so freely. I felt like I had to believe him. But how? You're a guy, but you turned into a girl?
超能力を使う副作用だ。
Sure, that's how they're explaining it.
それ以外に理由はないだろう。趣味でやっているとでも思ったのか？
Yeah, you know, but that's good point.
話がそれだけなら手を離してくれ。
Ayuma did wait for my answer and attempt to shake my hand off. Nope, we're not letting fucking go. Amazing. Status. Don't let go. There we go. That's what I thought. I thought he'd lead if I let go, so I continued to hold on to his arm. I'm not quite done yet. Can I have just a little more of your time?
だったら初めからそう言えばいいだろう。君は力に訴えないと自分の意見も言えないのか？
You're one to talk. Do you remember what you did to me? My visceral eyes, I remember what happened when he was Haruka. My grip tightened on his arm. No, I don't think I will.
わかった。話は聞くから。
I realized I got his arm bent too tightly and immediately let go as he requested.
それで話っていうのは？
Ayuma faced me again. I tried to ask him as calmly as possible about what happened. During the mission, you attacked me on purpose, didn't you?
おう、わざと当てた。
His brazenness infuriated me even more, and I found I had difficulty staying composed. But if I get emotional, he'll end up getting the better of me. I have to stay calm and object to his behavior. Why did you attack me? I thought we were on the same side. I regained my equanimity and managed to speak again, but Ayumu's responses handily destroyed any shred of patience I had left.
君が約束を破ったから。どうなるか分かっているだろうと言った。
Promise, you mean that whole thing about not going near Rizzy? You attacked me during the mission because of that? That's horrible. I was just being friends with your sister, but you attacked your own teammate. You're seriously the worst.
最低なのは僕じゃなくて、約束を守らなかった君の方だ。それに仲間って。簡単に言うのはやめてくれるかな。
Wow.
慣れ合いがしたいなら、他のことやってくれ。
Really was not expecting this. He is a boy who transforms into a girl. Pal around?
話はこれでいいだろう。
His arrogance seeped through every word he spoke. He turns back to me walking away, and I quickly ran after him. I never agreed to your order in the first place. And only Rizzy and I can choose who our friends are. It's not your place to decide for us.
リツの意見を勝手に決めるな。あの子のことは僕がずっと守ってきた。今もこれからもずっとだ。
And how does keeping me away protect her? That doesn't make any sense.
君はそやな人間だろう。近づけたら害があるに決まっている。
Did you just call me vulgar? That was the second time you said that. I couldn't stop my aim from showing now. Who is the vulgar one here? It's much worse to deliberately attack your own teammate. We'd both gotten so heated that we didn't hear footsteps coming towards us.
歩む、何やってるの？
Ayuma and I froze in place. We then turned to see Tokyo standing next to us.
時を来たのか。
Here, I'll give you a bap. I didn't notice him at all. How much did he hear? He'd think something weird was going on if I heard I was attacked, right? My face grew pale, but Ayumu recovered with surprising speed.
ちょうどよかったよ。今からリツに会いに行くところなんだ。せっかくだから時代も久しぶりに会ってやってくれないか。
それはいいけど。今、この子と喧嘩してたよね。
喧嘩じゃなくて、一方的に難癖をつけられていただけだ。気にしなくていい。
Hey! There's no way I could let that slide. I felt my anger ratcheting up again. I wasn't nitpicking.
Probably just mobile. I'm not seeing any drop frames.
Or do you just not know I was making a formal complaint, or do you just not know the difference between the two?
No.
I felt proud as if I'd won the argument, but then Ayumu spoke in the angriest tone I'd ever heard from him.
君は本当に僕を敵に回したいらしいね。
So what if I am?
上等だよ。
面白い。
Shut the fuck up! Tokyo's unexpected chortle seemed to dampen Ayumu's anger.
面白いって。僕は不愉快極まりないんだけどな。
Are their voices too loud for you guys? Is it like way louder than I am? I'm just noticing that they are popping up a little higher than I would think they would. Okay.
面白いよ。歩がこんなに感情的になるなんて珍しいから。
Okay. I'll turn it down 1. Okay.
感情的にもなるだろう。こいつは僕の言うことを聞く気が全くないんだ。しかもいちいち反論してくる。それならこちらも言い返さないわけにはいかないからね。こんなに面倒で疲れるやつの相手は初めてだよ。
Ayumu's voice was tinged with bitterness, while Tokyo continued to grin as he turned his attention to me.
あんた、ある意味すごいね。
Huh? Oh, you think? I didn't quite know how to respond, so I just made some half-hearted remark. But it was clear that Ayumu had also had the wind knocked out of his sails. The next time he spoke, he seemed calmer.
とにかく、僕はリツに会いに行く。たとえ非難していると言われても、会わないことには安心できないからね。
It's pretty, like everyone seems a little boxy. With that unilateral declaration, he started walking away. Tokyo followed after him, and since I'd promised to meet up with Rizzy, so did I. Ayumu glanced over at me, but he must have been truly tired because he didn't try to stop me.
リツ、無事でよかった。
Ayumu found Ritsu once he entered the library and rushed over to her.
お兄様！それに時代お兄様まで来てくださったんですね。二人を探してきてくれてありがとうございます。
I just happened to run into Tokyo along the way. I couldn't tell her what really happened, so I kept things vague without flat out lying. But before Ritsu could ask for more details, Ayumu cut into the conversation.
時代と会ったのは偶然だったんだよ。彼女が僕を呼びに来てくれたところに時代も居合わせたんだ。リツが図書室で待っていると教えてくれた。おかげで入れ違いにならずに済んだよ。
We literally are allowed to tell no one or we get kicked out of the colony into the wasteland outside.
初めに図書室を覗いた時にリツがいなかったから、僕は他の場所を探しに行っていたんだ。心配したよ。
Yeah. Oh, right. He hasn't told her about the blooms. Those were the rules, after all. I was certain he didn't want Rizzy questioning why I was with him any further. Now, I also knew why Haruka had been late, too. But I bet he really did look for her somewhere else. That's why Haruka was in such a rush. Yeah.
ずっと図書室にいるのかと思っていたのに。生徒会の仕事はどうしたんだ？
Ayumu reprimanded her slightly when he said that, but Rizzy just shrugged awkwardly.
実はいろいろなところを見てみたくて、彼女に案内をお願いしたんです。勝手なことをしてごめんなさい。
She answered ambiguously. It didn't seem like Rizzy was going to tell her brother anything either. She looked over at me meaningfully as if trying to make some sort of signal. I think she's trying to tell me to play along, but she probably isn't used to lying. As expected, Rizzy's strange behavior prompted Ayumu to look at me suspiciously.
そうなの?
Haruka's a separate person. No. Sorry, no. Haruka is not a separate person. Haruka is just who he turns into. It's this code name. It's his code name, basically. Huh? Oh, yeah, totally.
リツがお願いして案内をか。
Ugh, he's not buying it at all. I also wasn't used to lying and wasn't particularly good at it, so I couldn't come up with an explanation when Ayumu suddenly interrogated me. Rizzy may be off the hook, but I get the feeling he's got some choice words for me. I braced myself for one of his biting insults, but for some reason Ayumu just smiled pleasantly at me.
妹がわがままを言って迷惑をかけたみたいだね。
Ah, fuck off. Huh? His attitude was so different from when we were fighting earlier that I couldn't help but let out a surprised exclamation.
この方は本当によくしてくれたんですよ。警報が鳴ったら私のことをすぐに避難させてくれましたし。
Rizzy didn't know about our fight from earlier, so she was probably relieved to see Ayumu smile. She was trying to give me a compliment. But I sensed there was some ulterior motive hidden beneath Ayumu's sudden smile, so I wasn't happy about it. Chills ran up and down my spine.
そうだったんだね。どうやら君のおかげでリツも怪我することなく落ち着いてそばにいてくれて本当に助かったよ。
It was nothing. I responded with caution. Then Ayumu said something strange. The smile still plastered on his face.
今日まで本当にありがとう。もう大丈夫だよ。
From now on...
これから忙しくなるんだろ?
I beg your pardon? I never said any such thing. I immediately recognized he was telling me to stay away from Rizzy again. I started to protest, but Ayumu smiled at me in such a way to stop me from saying anything. Ugh, I get the feeling he was to shut up. Probably be bad to argue with him in front of Rizzy, so I didn't object what he said. Then Rizzy spoke up, sounding terribly sad.
そうなんですか?
No!
せっかく仲良くな... それじゃあ...
Rizzy's gonna get hurt at this rate, and it really would be sad if we could see him more. I won't be that busy, so I'll just get in touch when I'm free. I took a gamble saying that, and as expected, Ayumu shot daggers at me.
本当に?
Really?
では、私待っていますね。連絡が来たら飛んでまいります。
Rizzy sounded so happy that Ayumu couldn't object. Yeah, I'll definitely contact you when I think I'll be able to hang out.
そんなに無理はしなくていいんだよ。
I'm not forcing anything.
へえ。
That's right.
Though we managed to keep smiling, our quiet battle had resumed. Rizzy didn't seem to notice anything was amiss, but Tokyo sure did.
なんだか面白いことになってきたかも。
He mumbled that under his breath, but I can hear you, Tokyo, and this isn't interesting at all. I clenched my fists and swore to myself that I wouldn't back down from this fight. Oh, goodness. I started an email to Uncle Yashima after I returned to my dorm. I was still fired up from my argument with Ayumu. I didn't want him to worry about me, but after writing the message, it seemed I did nothing but rant and list why I should keep arguing with him. I should write about how I'm not going to give up, or some kind of plan to make things go my way. That would be more constructive. Yeah, that would be nice. This main character is not bad. She does have some spark in her. Wow, we're already at 2-2. Yeah, everyone's favorite section. Emailing Uncle Yashima. Yeah. The block of text I'd written on the spur of the moment felt messy, but I thought it would give a better sense of my state of mind, so I sent it. The next morning, I checked my email and read through the reply that Uncle Yashima sent me.
まずはお前が元気そうでよかったよ。こんなことを言ったら余計に怒るかもしれないけれど、私はお前が怒っていることが嬉しいんだ。この間までは怒る元気もないようだったから、怒りに回すエネルギーが出ていることを嬉しく思うよ。
Oh, absolutely. There would be feet hitting balls.
それから新しい友達ができたことも嬉しく思っている。
Yeah. Well, we're not 100% certain that he's evil. We just think he's evil.
新しい友達とはもちろん仲良くしてほしいけれど、
We have some premonition he might be evil.
ひどい人だという生徒会長とも案外仲良くなれるんじゃないかな。 お前がそれほど感情をぶつけられる相手なんてめったにいないだろうからね。
This is teammates to enemies to lovers. Teammates to enemies to friends to lovers. Maybe, who knows? Come on, there's no way that can be true. I was glad Uncle Yashima enjoyed my update, but I couldn't agree with that last sentence. Yeah, true. Ayumu and I will never get along. Not in a million trillion years. I didn't even want us to be in the same vicinity if I could help it. I resolved to avoid him as much as possible as I headed out to the academy. Looks like I took a wrong turn. As if life were laughing in the face of my determination, I immediately stumbled upon Ayumu right after our lunch break started. That said, this was the hallway in front of the student council room, so of course there was a higher chance he'd be here. Why didn't I think of that before coming this way?
間宮会長、ちょっといいですか？
どうしたの？
At least people are talking to him right now. I'll slip by and pretend I didn't see him.
じゃあ俺は先に行くから。
わかった。すぐに追いかけるよ。
Tokyo had been hanging out with him, but he left and Ayumu and the girls started to walk off, and right when they passed me, I had a very unfortunate luck to hear about what they were talking about that exact moment.
お弁当を作ってきたんです。
He's gonna throw it away.
よかったら食べてください。
どうもありがとう。
嬉しい。食べてもらえるんですね。
作ってきてもらえて嬉しいよ。
She made him lunch. I had a bad feeling about this. Is he gonna throw it away again? I remember what happened before with the sweets, and felt like I just had to do something. Hey, Ayumu. You look bewildered because I was acting like we were friends, but I paid him no mind. We need to talk. It's about Rizzy.
リツのこと。
I knew he'd be interested if I brought Rizzy.
じゃあ私は失礼します。
Give me your food. Give me the food.
またね。
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I apologized to the girl as she walked away, and did so again in my mind for good measure. Then I heard a frosty voice coming from behind me.
わざわざ君から声をかけてきたんだ。話なら生徒会室で聞くよ。僕もこんなところで騒ぎになりたくないからね。
Yeah, we don't need to talk. I'm just gonna grab the bento out of his hands and leave. Already feeling belligerent, I see, but what kind of scene is he imagining? I don't think we can avoid another argument. I was the one who approached him, but I started to regret the decision as I entered the student council room.
で、話っていうのは？
Big Furley wanted to get this over with, so I decided to be as direct as possible. What are you gonna do with that lunch?
君は随分生意気な口を聞くようになったんだね。それとも僕と親しくなったつもりなの？
Alright, listen here, motherfucker. You're gonna listen good, and you're gonna be a good boy for me, okay? And that means you're gonna stop putting on your high and mighty little act. Uh-huh. Poor little thing. Yeah, fuck off. I never thought that, but I also don't think you deserve any respect.
へえ。じゃあ僕も容赦はしないことにするよ。
I didn't think he'd be holding back at all. He'd been holding back at all, but I just tried to move the conversation along without making things worse than they were. I'll ask you again, what are you going to do with that lunch?
東京にでもあげようかと思っていたけれど。
That's better.
それが何？また力ずくで止めにかかるつもりなら、今度は僕ももう少し乱暴に扱わせてもらうけれど。
I wouldn't do that. I just wanted to ask, why don't you eat it yourself? It'll hurt the person more if you accept something like that and act all happy about it with no intention of actually eating it. She must have worked so hard on it to make it. So hard to make it, but you were being fake with her and aren't going to really eat it. I feel sorry for her.
君は僕にどうしてほしいんだ。仮に嘘がバレて僕があの子に嫌われたとしても、むしろ君は僕のことが嫌いなんじゃないか？だったら
How are we gonna turn this around
僕が
so
どうなろう
fast?
と関係ないだろう。
Ayumu had a point. What I was doing didn't benefit me in any way. I was just being nosy. I know that, but I just can't ignore it and let it go. I recognized the contradiction, but there wasn't anything I could do about my feelings, so I kept quiet. Ayumu sighed as if you're giving in.
君に説明してやる義理はないけれど、これ以上鬱陶しくされるのは迷惑だから
I'm not stalking you!
教えることにする。誰に対しても笑顔で接するのは無用な圧力を避けるためだよ。
You mean you don't want any trouble?
ああ、僕は学園では無難に過ごしたいと思っている。
I don't think we're actually the yandere.
そのためには優等生を演じるのが一番だ。
We're not like threatening him or anything like
優
that.
等生でいるためには人に嫌われるようなことはしない方がいい。
But that's a legit just
笑顔
contradiction
を
of
見
what
せ
you
る
were
のは
That's a
そのための有効な手段だよ。
That is a legitimate contradiction of what you just said. You said you didn't care if she finds out about your lie and hates you, but now you're just saying it's best if no one hates you.
人当たりが柔らかい人間を嫌うやつはあまりいないからね。
So if you don't want people to hate you, then you should actually eat the food they give you. I said what was on my mind, but Ayumu shot it down immediately.
それは無理だね。よく知らない他人が作ったものを食べる気にはなれないから。
Then just tell them you can't take it. Like I said, if they found out, they'd definitely resent you more. That would certainly disrupt the peaceful life you want, right?
その時はその時だね。バレて嫌われるなら仕方がないと諦めるよ。
So you put all this effort into creating this perfect, quote-unquote perfect veneer of life, but the minute you're risking stuff right now, and you're saying that as soon as your risk is found out, you're just going to give up on everything that you've worked for. So that means that everything you work for, you didn't really want. Despite his claims he didn't want people to hate him or wanted a peaceful life, it didn't seem like Ayumu cared about his situation that much. He's probably not doing it for himself. I think I know the real answer. Are you pretending to be like this for Rizzy?
へえ。よくわかったね。
Fuck off. Wow, that was gut reaction.
Thank you so much for staying, Phantom. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Kimochi warui.
もちろんそれしかない。律から見て理想の兄でいることはとても大事だからね。
So, if I told her about what you said to me.
だからたとえ誰かに嫌われる事態になっても、律から見た時に完璧な兄に見えればそれで問題ない。律には綺麗なものに囲まれて過ごしてほしいんだ。
That's not how that works.
完璧な兄や優しい友達。
That's not how that works.
それに。
I said he had another motive beyond simply protecting his sister, but I couldn't imagine what that may be.
話はこれで終わりってことでいいかな。
I wish she was. Ayumu began to head the door, so I stopped him. Wait, what are you going to do with that lunch?
そこまで言うなら君が食べればいい。
Huh? I made a big deal about it earlier, so I couldn't be careless with it now. I had no choice but to accept it.
食べ終わったら感想でも聞かせてくれ。揉めないに越したことはないから。感想を教えてくれれば、あの子に言うことにするよ。別に言いたくないなら、それでも構わないけれど。
You're being really irresponsible, you know that? I tried to get back lunch, but Ayumu just exited the room. I guess I have to eat this now. I left the student council room while trying to figure out how I could avoid the girl who made the lunch. This is fucking weird. Out of all days to have a mission. Later that night, I rushed over to the command center being summoned. I found I couldn't stop looking at Haruka during her briefing. Even though I know Ayumu was Haruka, it's difficult to see them as the same person. Haruka, on the other hand, either didn't notice me staring or didn't care. She looked cool as a cucumber the entire time.
上層部からの連絡によると、商業エリア付近と学園エリア付近で害獣の侵入が確認されたそうだから、二手に分かれてもらうことにするよ。で、チーム分けだけど、君ははるかと組みたそうだね。じゃ、そこの二人と後の三人でチームにしよう。
Huh? Clearly the commander misunderstood why I've been looking at Haruka. Haruka was clearly annoyed, but she didn't seem to want to go against orders. She immediately left the room after the brief. I have to hurry and catch up. I had zero motivation to carry out a mission alone with Haruka, but it was sort of my fault. We've been paired together, so I followed after her with haste.
Blessings.
I'm probably gonna call it as soon as we get to a down period. Or a good stopping point. I'll call it. Haruka and I were assigned to the academic district, and we went out near the outer wall. I see him. We'd spotted the vectors moving for the attack. There are too many for just the two of us. I'm gonna support her. Haruka's powers are much more lethal than mine. In that case, Haruka, get over here. I'll cast Augment on you.
了解.
Haruka agreed to my suggestion. I cast Augment on her. Then she rushed toward the vectors, unleashing a torrent of attacks. Yeah, I didn't expect to play this game for this long, but I'm enjoying it. The battle continued for a while after that. Our teamwork's not as good as usual, probably because we had been fighting a lot. We were stepping in each other's line of fire and hindering one another's movements constantly.
ねえ君、本当に足手まとい。真面目にやって。
What about you? You're missing all your shots.
狙いが外れる?
Hey, attacking me intentionally is a terrible thing to do, but if that's how you're gonna play it, then take that.
凶暴.
What the fuck are we doing? We'd escalated from arguing to attacking each other, though not at full power. We still continued to attack the vectors in between throwing jabs at each other. Ouch!
Did you just hit me for real?
本気なら君の頭は消し飛んでると思う。これくらいで痛がるなんて君は本当に弱いね。
Now see here.
君たちって実は敵同士だったんだね。
Uh-oh. Right as I was about to shoot off a retort to Ayumu, a relaxed voice cut through the tense atmosphere. Moravia. Who's there? Moravia? At the appearance of such a formidable foe, I readied myself for an attack. However, Moravia seemed unconcerned.
僕には構わずに続けていいよ。ここで見てるから。
You're watching?
何をバカなこと。
Haruka also readied herself and moved into attack, ignoring what Moravia said. Moravia remained calm and dodged the sudden attack easily. Then she jumped on top of a nearby tree.
なんだ、敵同士じゃないんだね。
Of course not. Our enemy is you and the Vectors. I joined Haruka in attacking, but Moravia was already preparing to retreat.
彼らはほとんど倒されちゃったか。分が悪そうだし、僕はもう行くよ。
Moravia turned to leave and I moved to pursue her, but Haruka stopped me.
こっちは2人しかいない。深追いは禁物だよ。
Says the girl who fucking attacked me? Right, we should finish out the remaining Vectors. We returned our attention back to the other Vectors and resumed the mission without attacking each other.
お疲れ様。そっちも大変だったみたいだね。
モラビアに逃げられた。そっちもってことは。
こっちはヒューガや。同じく逃がしたけどな。
Yo.
どっちもあっさり撤退したみたいだけど、今後もあいつらには注意が必要だね。ええ。それに今回は姿が見えませんでしたけれど、雪並みも近くにいたのかもしれませんわ。
You're right. We're in an emergency situation. Now isn't the time to be fighting with Haruka during the mission. Looking back, our actions have been completely childish. I should stop fighting with Haruka, Ayumu, and just talk to him about this. Wow. I kind of wanted to keep the grudge. All right. Well, I feel like this is going to be a spot where, yeah. We're gonna have a lot of talking. So I think it's time to call it for the night. But this has been a lot of fun. And I'm very interested in how this game goes. I am very interested in how this game goes. So let's pop over here. All right. You all know the usual song and dance. If you're not already following me on social medias, I would appreciate it very much if you would. As well, tomorrow, I don't know what we'll play. I have a little more driving practice tomorrow and probably a small shopping trip. So, and other things to do for recording stuff. So, I don't think I'll have a long stream tomorrow. But I don't know what we'll play. Yeah, tomorrow off. But it's probably will be a normal time stream. But we may play the federal holiday. But yeah, so I may play Pokemon. We'll see. But yeah, that's all the time we have for today. Yeah. I hope you all have a wonderful meowing, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is for you. Yeah, without any further ado,
Bye-bye.